Hello. Welcome. Today is Thursday, June 24th. Again, sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Work has to happen, whether you want it to or not. Fortunately, we're here today. So today, we're playing through more of Arcade Spirits. When we left off, we were on the beach with a lot of very, dressed would be a loose term, I guess. Barely clothed people. And, I think we're about to have dinner. I don't know. I, again, haven't played through this, so let's see how this goes. I don't know how family-friendly this part will remain. We'll see. Because, I honestly don't know. So, I don't have a lot of preamble today. It's Thursday. It's hot. Just try to keep yourself cool. I know it's hot in my area, and I know it's going to get hotter. Boy, do I know it's going to get hotter. But I'll always try to, maintain your level of comfort that you need. Don't worry about other people being like, "Oh no, this is too warm or too cold." You just do you. You do you. That's what you need to do. All right, let's boot up the game. Also, fun fact: this game is currently on sale because it's the Steam Summer Sale. I don't know how much it's off, but oh, you can actually see the quit button now. Oh, it's because I didn't have it maximized. That makes sense. All right, 1 second. I gotta adjust this face. I just drop a little. All right, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, now my ears aren't clipping as much. Let's check these prizes because there was some. I think we got something. No, we just got the stuff at the end of the each chapter. And I did never look up what this is about. So we'll find that out later, probably. In all, I think it's time to start the game. Let me just check sound levels, see how it's going, and check it against the other set of stereo speakers I use. Apparently I'm not very loud compared to this, so I'm going to turn this down a little bit, like to 10, and then I'm at me, so I should be well over everything else that's going on. Alright, so here we go. We saved on this file. I was meaning to go back and double check the instance of if I did tell Juniper about wait. No, I don't need the pop filter so much. Oh, nope, that's bad. That's very bad. Why do they have this thing on like a screw that I have to adjust just to make sure it works? Because it comes loose and then just starts flopping all over the place. Alright, so, yeah, I was going to check what happens if you tell Juniper about Iris, and I haven't done that because, well, it's been a week. It's been one not fun week. But we're here today, so we're gonna keep at it. Alright, so it's just after lunch, I guess. Afternoon slides in as the gang migrates from sandy shores to bustling boardwalk. Once you've had your fill of seaweed in your trousers, it's time to take a walk down the boardwalk and indulge in any number of side activities. Oh, that's what the sign says. The only pizza within 2 miles. Nice. No need to change out of your swim gear either. Unless you're going deeper into the beach town, you can just skip back and forth between the sands and the boardwalk. This is where the real action happens. Shops, restaurants, and of course, arcades. Soon enough, the group's splitting up to go try to do as much as possible. There is 7 of them. They should be able to succeed. I've got time to tag along with some of them. Okay, 1 second. Let me adjust myself again. This is gonna look real dumb, but I've got to calibrate it so my face is facing forward right here. Cool. Yeah, that's much better. Because I've been turning my face to look into the microphone as opposed to where I was situated when I did the initial calibration. So, I mean, like I said, I didn't do the whole preamble. How's everyone's day going? Feel free to chat about it, or if you're hitting this from the YouTube VOD, leave a comment with how your day is going. Say what day it is and how that day is going. Just so, you can look back on other times and be either happy or sad. Kind of like everybody in this picture. You have this kid over here with a drink. He's probably doing pretty good. You have this man here who's dropped his drink. He's not. Alright, so, soon enough the group is splitting up to try to do as much as possible. I've got time to tag along with some of them. Who to hang out with? Let's double check my score real quick. So, I'm definitely in the gutsy category, and Naomi is the person of choice that I have chosen. Not so much Ashley. Queen Bee definitely scored. I definitely scored a lot of points with Queen Bee during the tournament, in which I can kind of see why some people would really like her. But I don't know. Still not 100% on her. Let's see. Gavin and Ashley are checking out an arcade. Naomi and Teo are raiding a candy store. Queen Bee and Percy are chatting and having funnel cake. Juniper and Francine are shopping for souvenirs. Oh, yeah, this feels like a... Hello, phone. This feels like a 2-option kind of thing, where I can only hang out with 2 of them. Not like I can only hang out with 2 people because there's 2 people at an option, but I can only choose 2 of the options for this time around. As opposed to last time where I could choose 3 of them. And then I didn't hang out with Teo and Percy. Because, frankly, I'm not looking for them as... I mean, they're probably cool people and all. I'm not going down that route. Let's see. Well, I think I know who you know, we're gonna do the Naomi and Teo one, and then we're gonna go shopping for souvenirs. I just want to make sure I hit this first. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Teo and Naomi sneak into one of the little shops on the boardwalk called the Sandy Bar. I don't see it, so interesting. With little iconic saltwater taffy icons on each side. Saltwater taffy, a staple of coastal life and commerce, and is actually really, really tasty. You just gotta be real careful if you have fillings or loose teeth. Or cavities. Definitely be careful if you have cavities. On any given boardwalk, you're within spitting distance of at least 3 candy shops loaded with tasty treats. But more importantly, why are these two acting so childish about the whole thing? Like 2 kids in a candy store. Almost like they're 2 kids going into a candy store. I need to find out exactly what's going on. And more importantly, I need to see if they have any of those gummy sharks in there too. Yeah, no, I that scans with me. Gummy sharks are tasty. Like the double layer gummy where you have the firmer white gummy and the upper. They also have gummy crocodiles, so it's either blue or green or whatever color it needs to be to resemble the animal that it's supposed to be. As I peer into the building, my senses are overwhelmed by sweet. My teeth practically hurt from all the surrounding sugar. Covering the walls are assorted containers holding various types of candies, a rainbow of colors and confectionaries. Filled to the brim with saltwater taffy and covered in chocolates. You know, I've never really had chocolate-covered saltwater taffy. Mostly because a lot of the times the taffy is the main flavor and you need to know what kind you're getting. But, I mean, I haven't tried it. Maybe it's not bad. Like you get a little round of saltwater taffy and then you coat it in chocolate, as you do. The question is how to make sure people don't, mix up the flavors. Because each taffy can have a different flavor. That might be a thought to try. Or to see if somebody else has tried. Not only do I take note of the delectable candy, but I also notice all the kitties running around. I can't help but be reminded of the Funplex. Same atmosphere, just fewer games. Because they're down the street. I look over to the person behind the counter and give them a nod of understanding. I feel you, noble cashier, in your quest to maintain peace and order. Naomi and Teo recognize me and wave me over. They're probably still in their beach outfits, so... Yep, still in their beach outfits. Over here, Zal. Come help us decide what to get. I comply and go over towards them. Naomi is huddled over a table and filling her arms with various desserts. I want one of these, and 2 of these, and a handful of this one. Yeah, no, I get this. I get this feeling all over, so. Ooh, what's that over there?
Wow!
Candied apples? I have to get one of those too. Like, I know we're from the city, like the big metropolis area, but They have candied apples at the city. Maybe. You know, I don't know. Personally, I don't have a good grasp on major city life. This is the best part of going to the beach. Look at how many different candies there are. I could just devour them all. Now, I picked Naomi as having a sweet tooth, but Teo, with all his dancing, I would have guessed him to stick to a healthier diet. Realistically, his diet would probably be, No, he can have a sweet tooth. He does a lot of dancing. You need the sugar to be active as well. But this trip is a vacation for us all, so maybe he's spoiling himself. So, what do you think of the place? Who? Me? Oh, I've never been here before. Sorry. Oh, I've been here before. Quite a few times. It's the most popular candy store on the boardwalk. My family and I would always stop by right before our long drive home. After a long day of swimming, walking, and fun in the sun, a maximum sugar overdrive, was a perfect way to end the day. They'd give me a fistful of dollars and cut me loose in here.
Whoa!
Well, they just let you get whatever you wanted? Dang, I wish I had your parents. Cute. I could just see a young Zal here, running around and stuffing candy into his face. Naomi, that's not how shops work. You can't just eat all the candy before you leave. Or pay for it. Not gonna lie, I was a cute kid. Not so cute when overdosing on sweets, though. Both Naomi and Teo laugh heartily. I mean, they didn't exactly give me Fort Knox to blow on snacks, but it was still a nice little reward at the end of the day. As I'm a creature of habit, I'd always get saltwater taffy. Oh, come on. Yeah, there we go. Year after year. It's just the best feeling, munching on taffy while watching the waves crash into the sand. Naomi suddenly gasps, interrupting my recollection. What is it, Naomi? They have Conpitio. Conpaito? Conpaito. I don't know what this snack is. I'm still confused. Is that a good thing? It's the best thing. They're these little traditional Japanese sugar candies that look like stars and are my absolute favorite. Is it like those artificial maple flavored maple leaves that they try to sell because they're maple flavored candies? Every time my mother would go visit family in Japan, she'd bring me some back. But it's been years since I last had some. She squeals excitedly and runs over to a little stand that had a cute assortment of pastel sugar stars. We follow suit and make our way next to Naomi. Teo picks up a bag and brings it closer to his face, examining them. Okay, these are quite possibly the cutest candies I've ever seen.
Sweet.
They are so sweet. They're literally just sugar. Ah, Naomi, nothing is sweeter than you. And that's a fact. That's not entirely true. I have to agree with Teo. No one has brought me more impromptu lunches at work than you do. Thank you, but these candies are still the sweetest. You both should taste these, by the way. I just know you'll love them as much as I do. Teo and I agreed with a nod of our heads, and Naomi turns around happily with an armful of candy and treats. Like a dragon with her horde, she heads towards the register when a kid runs smack into her. Oh no! In a colorful explosion, candy spills everywhere and Naomi falls backwards. Oh. I instinctively go to help Naomi up, but out of the corner of my eye, I see the kid who bumped into her swiping candies off the floor and pocketing them. So he's just stealing candy. Hey! I mean, the kid is just stealing candy at this point. We haven't paid for it. It's a classic move. We see it all the time with tickets and tokens at the Funplex. And like the arcade, this is no different. It's so overused, Teo even sees it. He elbows me and points it out to my attention. But this is not my store, not my job. Do I step in or let it slide? Oh, let's see. Pick up the mess, point out the thief, help Naomi up. This is a candy store. Clearly. I mean, did we pay for it? If we paid for it, point out the thief. If we didn't pay for it, help Naomi up, probably. Pick up the mess, though. I would like to choose pick up the mess. This way I can call out the kid for helping me to pick up this mess and say, hey, thanks for helping me clean up all this candy that got knocked on the floor. I kind of want to choose that because I want that to be like the go-to from it. So I'll pick up the mess because of an interaction that I want to see happen. Even though the kid is swiping sour gummies, cleaning up this mess is going to be more of a help than snitching. I'm sure the cashier is on it anyway. This isn't the first time a child has tried to steal candy, nor will it be the last. I go around and pick up as much candy as I can find and start putting it back where it belongs. It's like a reverse egg hunt, and much more fun than trying to find stray tokens. Yeah, that should be a than, not a that. Oh well, much more fun than trying to find stray tokens on the Funplex carpet. Meanwhile, before he can abscond with stolen sweets, the cashier approaches the kid and asks him to turn out his pockets. The kid looks like they want to say something in return, but there's no way to hide it, and the kid reluctantly does so. It appears like the kid wasn't just picking up stuff from the spill, those pockets were quite full. With more tact than I could possibly muster, the cashier tells them to kindly exit the Sandy bar, and the kid complies. The cashier and I exchange knowing glances. We are one and the same. Well, after all that excitement, I'm ready to relax on the beach and eat some of this candy. I am very glad that the candy comes in bags because these people clearly have no pockets. At all. Me too. Me 3. But I can't quite leave yet. There's still one more thing I must do. I need to get some saltwater taffy. It's a bagged family boardwalk tradition after all. Oh yeah, we can't break tradition. Although if we do, I wouldn't mind starting a new Funplex beach tradition with you. Teo, please. This is one important, delicious decision Zal has to make. And the only correct answer would be for him to choose the cotton candy ones. The fruit-flavored saltwater taffies are clearly superior, but cotton candy isn't bad. Cotton candy flavored taffy? Really? I wouldn't joke about something as serious as this. But it's like sickening sweet. Even I can't handle it, and I can handle a truckload of sweets. Well, what would you choose then? Buttered popcorn, obviously. No. Nah. I like it a little salty with my sweet. But that's sacrilege. God, Naomi, that was a terrible pun. Yeah, no, I'll stick with that. That was a very bad pun. Saccharin is a artificial, or is the sweet taste. I think that's actually an artificial sweetener that used to exist. Saccharin. I don't know if they use it anymore. I'm much more of a purist. Getting in a fight over taffy flavors isn't necessary. Both taste great, but I already know what I'm going home with. What's that, Zal? Yeah, no, the grab bag. Always the grab bag. If fruit flavors are not an option, grab bag. But yeah, given these choices, I should probably, like cotton candy is what I want to choose for, Naomi's appreciation. But I'm already in like Flint with Naomi. No, I'll go with the cotton candy. Also, I needed to get that off the screen as quick as possible. The sweeter the better, and cotton candy is on top of that list. Although, I'm not kidding. If you're going to get saltwater taffy, get the fruit flavors like watermelon, boysenberry. Like the fruit flavors that aren't just like apple. Don't get apple, or probably not lime. I don't think they make lime saltwater taffy. Which is weird, because you imagine that at the beach. I guess more at a pier. Yeah, so the sweeter the better, and cotton candy is on top of the list. I agree with Naomi. Cotton candy is my favorite too. Hooray! Heathens, both of you. But of course, that just means more buttered popcorn taffy for me. Then that's a good way to look at it, Teo. I think that about covers it. Shall we blow this popsicle stand? Wait, were they selling popsicles here too? Oh, they have popsicles too? Once again, Naomi's got her arms filled to the brim with candy, and she nods enthusiastically. Teo's picked out some of his favorites too. We each take our turns in line, and before we know it, we're happily carrying out our stash with us to the boardwalk. Oh, I almost forgot. We just paid Naomi. She stops abruptly, digs through her bag for a moment, and pulls the Completo. Yes, I've been wanting one since you pointed them out. Naomi opens the bag, and both Teo and I pick one out, popping the sugar star into our mouths. Both of us smile wide, enjoying its sugary goodness.
Love it.
Oh, that is so yummy! For real, Naomi, it's my new favorite candy. It's very good. Maybe next time I'm at the Sandy Bar, I'll get some of these instead of taffy. Next time I'm here. Because with the Funplex riding high in the world, I bet we could afford it next time. And another, and another. Thank you for introducing me to a whole new world of flavor, Naomi. Anytime, Teo. Maybe if I can change your mind on candy, I can convince you to dance a little lighter on Showtime's stage. It's a delicate cabinet. But then I wouldn't get to see you as much on the Funplex floor. Very true. I've got my candy haul, so my work here is done. I got places to be. And I want to spend some time taking in the sea breeze.
Catch you later.
I need to clear my senses of sugar, too. We'll catch up with you later, Sal. Once alone, I open my bag of saltwater taffy, pick one out, and eat it. I let the taste fully consume me. Ah, yes. Yep. Get that nostalgia flavor. Now, this is a perfect vacation. Who to hang out with? as I said, Juniper and Francine were probably going to be the next place to go to. Do some souvenir shopping. Juniper and Francine are looking at a little map of the boardwalk. It highlights all the shops, cafes, and art galleries along the route. I overheard them discussing it earlier in the day, and it looks like they might have found one. Oh, looky! This one's called Drift Away. Cute. Oh, and they also do wine tasting. Wine taste? Well, I mean, yeah, it is a beach. Sure. Yeah, get, oh, right, tasting. You're not actually supposed to get drunk on the wine at a wine tasting. Because you're supposed to, like, spit it back out and then just leave the flavor on your tongue as opposed to down your throat. Which, I don't know about you, but if I drink something, it's to drink it. Like, when I go, oh, I am parched, it's not because my tongue and inner mouth is dry, although a lot of times it is. It's usually because my throat is dry and I need to solve that. But yeah, wine tasting. I'm a fan of wine and tasting it. After a nice after-lunch Merlot is always a nice treat, isn't it? Juniper and Francine are quite the odd couple, aren't they? But when I reflect on it, they've actually been spending some time together at the Funplex. That's good. Good for them. Juniper is a self-proclaimed old lady at heart, after all, so it's no wonder that they've bonded over knitting, cats, and costume jewelry. Hey, mind if I join you? Of course not. Francine and I are just deciding on which art gallery to visit first. Now, I've been in the market to find a unique sculpture made from driftwood, and what better place to get one than at the beach itself? Yeah, I can't falter that. That does seem like a wise choice. There is one place that I must visit again. It's called Seascapes, and it's been open since I was a child. I know it's hard for you to imagine, but yes, old Francine was once young and spirited, just like yourself, Zal. I bet you were the talk of the boardwalk, breaking all the hearts.
My, oh my.
Oh, a lady never spills her secrets, but yes, I did have my fair share of summer romance here along the boardwalk. You've definitely spilled your secrets before, Francine. When we were talking about your husband. He is not your ex-husband. Because how do people treat that? Like, I know it's a weird way to ask, but if somebody dies, like if your partner were to die and you never remarry, do you still consider them your partner married? Like, she is a widow, but she's still married to her husband, who happens to be dead. That's the thing. Oh, go on. This I must know. Well, there was this one time that I snuck out in the middle of a moonlit night to meet my lover. It was quite exhilarating. Of course, we simply had to go skinny dipping. Please. No. Stop. If there's one thing I definitely don't need to know more of, it's my boss's love life. I already know too much from my interview with Francine. Too much information. So, Seascapes? Was that the name of the gallery? Let's go there, now. Wait, I didn't catch that first time. Did you say Seascapes? The Seascapes? The oldest art gallery on the boardwalk? Well, yes, I am quite old. Look at me. The one and only. There's a lot of history in these old coastal towns. Yeah, she came here when she was in her youth. That was, well, if she's at minimum 80 years old, which I don't think so because I cannot actually remember her age. That's one thing that I would like. Let's see. Yeah. Like a little thing that I can click into with character information that I have revealed so far, like, so I could see the approximate age of Francine, so I could be like, well, they said she was within the 80-year-old range, so, and if she came here during her youth, that would have been anywhere between, let's say, 5 and 25. So it's been here for, even if at the last time it just opened up, at least 55 years. But that's neither here nor there. It also has an eerie past. Didn't you know? Let me guess. One of the old owners had to be removed as a shop owner because, oh, I don't know, they had a fling with Francine. Seascapes is totally haunted. No, it's not. Why do you believe in ghosts, Juniper? There's no such thing as haunted anything. Right, Iris, who had to buy a new phone? Francine lets out a snort.
Let's be sensible.
Oh, sweet child, that's preposterous. Ghosts aren't real. But the Boardwalk Paranormal Society has deemed Seascapes the most haunted place on the coast. Yeah. If no place is haunted, I mean, if ghosts don't exist, they can just claim any place is the most haunted place. As the story goes, the previous owner purchased a particularly gorgeous painting, but what the owner didn't know is that this painting was being possessed with a demonic spirit. Ooh! It's the painting of the Blue Boy that always burns down its owner's house, but it doesn't harm the painting. Oh wait, is it the chair that if you sit on it, you get killed? Ooh, maybe it's one of those dolls that has a name that people don't like. I've looked into some of these, accursed items before. Including the song that if you hear it, you go insane. Which, either did not work on me, or does not work in general, or I didn't have the correct song. But that was over 10 years ago. Soon after buying the art and hanging it up in the gallery, the owner got very ill. It was a mysterious illness that no one could cure. Eventually, the gallerist passed. It was painted with asbestos. That's it. There was asbestos in the paint. And their ghost has haunted Seascapes to this day. Curiosity's got me, and having experienced some unexplainably spooky stuff in recent-ish past, I pull out my phone and look it up. Juniper's not lying. I've heard several spooky stories about this art gallery. Maybe it's haunted by the memories of the past, but surely you can't believe such childish superstitions.
Oh, dear.
So I'll talk some sense into Juniper. What? Me? Come on, Zal. Back me up on this. Well, the truth is, Huh. Do I believe in ghosts? That is a hard question. I'm not gonna pick ghosts aren't real. I don't go so far as that one. Because there's too many things that happen out of coincidence or not out of coincidence, maybe. Now, I don't believe the whole man got mysteriously sick off of buying a painting, because the painting would have been a further cause of other people to get sick, wouldn't it? Like, a demon doesn't just possess one item and then kill one person and then leave. Unless it was specifically designed and, you know, brought in to kill that one person and leave. Yeah, there are unexplainable things in this world. But I'm not sure if I believe 100% in ghosts. At the manor, there was some weird goings on with Polybius. But is it fair to call it paranormal? Maybe it's just a math and microchips, but Iris said, and tiny cat, like Iris said, and I'm still waiting on science to prove me right or wrong on that. In good faith, I cannot choose either one. Nothing in this world can prove or disprove the reality of ghosts. To be fair, ghost exists in this world. It was that movie with Patrick Swayze and Whoopi Goldberg, I think. Right? That was it, wasn't it? Sure, I enjoy a spooky ghost story as much as the next person, but do I believe in them? Fair enough. We've watched enough Ghost Bros to know that sometimes people overreact in those situations. And I can't ignore that I do love an entrancingly scary story. So we are all in agreement then? What were you agreeing on? Yep. To seascapes. One short walk down the boardwalk later, and we arrive at, well, I really hope it's not going to be a building in flames. I don't notice anything overtly haunted. I mean, the building itself isn't dilapidated, but it could use a new paint job, and a new fence, and maybe upgrade the windows. But being right on the boardwalk with wide open doorways, we can walk right in, and hopefully not have the whole thing collapse on top of us. Okay, so it's a mess of a building compared to the other shops along the boardwalk, but it adds to the historic charm. But to its defense, it does have a sign on the window saying that says free wine tastings. So I know Juniper will be ecstatic about that.
Yes!
Oh, free wine tastings. As opposed to those paid wine tastings. Man, you gotta pay a lot to do those other wine tastings. As if on cue. I'm so thrilled, it hasn't changed in years. Still looks like how I remember it. Francine takes a deep breath as a smile creases her wrinkled cheeks. The only other time I've seen her this elated is when she's talking about the Funplex. She takes a moment's pause before walking through the door. Juniper looks over at me, side-eyed. Let's hope the only thing scary about this place isn't just their selection of reds. Oh, come on. Like, it's a free wine tasting. What's gonna be bad? I hold back a cackle as I push open the door. A small bell rings, as with most small shops on the strip, alerting the gallery owner of our arrival. Paintings adorn the walls. Could you clearly, like, you could have changed expressions now. It looks like you're upset that we've gone here. So paintings adorn the walls, beautiful scenes of the ocean, sea life, and of the boardwalk itself, each having its own unique style. There are copper statues of whale flukes and colorful glass-blown orbs mixed in among the paintings. Some people are talking in hushed tones around the gallery, because it's a gallery and it's polite. And I notice Francine has already wandered over to an impressive selection of driftwood creations. Over here, dearies, I think I found the one. Already? We've only been here 5 minutes. Honey, when you're as old as I am, you don't have that much time to sit around and deliberate about art. You go with what feels right. Follow your heart and all that jazz. But I wanted to peruse the art a bit more. I was hoping maybe a ghastly hand would grab my shoulder. Or maybe I'd see an actual ghost. Honey, if you wait 5 more minutes, you might. We can stay as long as you'd like. I'm in no rush. Yes. Come at me, ghosties. So, Francine, what did you decide on? As a kid, visiting art galleries was never my prerogative, so I had no idea the amount of things that you could make out of driftwood. Stick wreaths, candle holders, tables, a life-size replica of the Thinker. Francine points to a heart weaved together from several sea-worn branches. Simple and meaningful. That's adorable. It reminds me not only of the many times my late husband and I would visit the beach, but it also reflects my love for the ocean itself. Yeah, late husband. She still refers to him as her husband. So I guess that would be the way to do it. Not ex-husband, late husband. But if she were to have gotten remarried, I guess late husband would still qualify for that one. Hard to say. How romantic. I hope one day my partner will buy me something like that. So, you've been my partner in crime forever, and I want to get something to remember this trip by. If you have the coin, I'm sure Seascapes has the wares. You know, like those old games would say. But what should I get? Will you help me choose something? I mean, it's gonna be up in our apartment, so you should get a say in this. Sure thing, Juniper.
Oh, how marvelous.
Ah, young love. Did Francine really just say that? Juniper didn't react. Or maybe she did? She was looking away at the moment. Hard to say. I take some time to go over my options. I need to find something that Juniper will like and cherish. This is an important decision. I wonder if they have a weird painting. I don't want to choose the wrong thing and disappoint her. We've been through so much together, and I want her to know how much she means to me. See anything worthwhile? I think I found the perfect thing. What do you think about? It's gonna be in the apartment. The bottle of wine is a terrible choice. But a glass sculpture of a jellyfish? Perfect. This is cute and peculiar enough. I think Juniper's just like Juniper's tastes. I'm sure she'll find satisfaction in this. I don't think you're ready for this jellyfish. Really? Juniper laughs, but then realizing I was serious, quiets down quickly. Oh, I mean, it's really adorable? Jellyfish are so weird. Just stomachs, tentacles, and gonads. Why would you say that? Why do you make a point of mentioning the gonads? Isn't that all you need in life? I like an animal with a brain, personality. But to each their own. Thanks anyways, all. The sentiment isn't lost on me. It's better than a bottle of wine. Not just gonna let that go sitting. It's a bottle of wine isn't an installment piece into the apartment. Well, kids, I'm done here. I don't have as much energy as you both do, and I think I'm ready for my afternoon nap. I'll walk you to the hotel, Francine. And a little afternoon siesta does sound nice, especially because there'll be lots to do later on tonight. You are such a dear, Juniper. I think I might go see what other people are doing. Taking advantage of your vacation is... Did any of you hear that? I actually didn't hear that, so... Hear what, dearie? It sounded like a woman saying, "Save yourselves." No. Are you sure? I wouldn't lie about this. And did you feel that shift in temperature? No. I would have loved to feel a shift in temperature, so long as it's cold. It's just a sweet ocean breeze tickling your face. Don't let those ghost tales get to your head. Well, you both were just on your way out, so... Good point. See you later, Saul. Thanks for joining this old lady on her shopping expedition. Juniper practically drags poor Francine outside the gallery as fast as she can. Once out of sight, I reflect once more on the allure of the art and make my way outside to see if I can tag along with the others. Who to hang out with? Gavin and Ashley, or Queen Bee and Percy? I probably should check out the arcade. I didn't think I was going to be able to choose, 3 people, or 3 groups. But thankfully, Percy's having a much better time than, he's enjoying himself at least. I think Gavin and Ashley are going to be who I go talk to, though. The primary appeal of this place for me was always the arcades. I rarely swam in the ocean. It's full of dangerous sea creatures. And dangerous sea creatures that you can't see. And then other dangerous sea creatures that you actually can't see because they're too small. I preferred indoor swimming pools to unpredictable waves. That meant boardwalk crawls, arcade games, tokens, and joysticks. Although, as I approach one of the open-air arcades, well, I don't see a single joystick.
Impressive.
Interesting. I'd hazard these arcades are 100% redemption games. Oh, that's actually... It's kind of like the stuff that you'd find at festivals and fairs. I suppose it's the best for Naomi's distraction. Sorry. I suppose it's best for the... words. I suppose it's for the best Naomi's distracted by looking for saltwater taffy. She'd hate this place. Naomi was looking for saltwater taffy? I've noticed this industry trend away from anything vaguely resembling a traditional arcade game and towards touchscreens and prize tickets. Oh, touchscreen redemption. So, like I said, it's like that tower stacking one, or I figured it was going to be all like skee-ball and stuff like that. I suppose it was inevitable. If not for a strong showing for joysticks in the 80s and 90s, it would have happened sooner. A game's a game, you know. I can really enjoy just about anything. Oh, and hey, there's pinball. You like pinball, right, Gavin?
Ooh.
Ooh, and skee-ball. I love alley rollers. Skee-ball is the brand name.
What?
Yeah, technically skee-ball, depending on spelling and hyphenation, is a registered trademark. These are all simply alley rollers, manufactured by a different company. just like Band-Aid and Q-Tip. Oh, that bottle's empty. Alright. Sheesh, way to suck out the fun of it. Apologies for my innate killjoy nature. Allow me to make it up to you by having actual fun. Is that even possible? Will your ultra cool guy exterior allow your inner softy to be exposed? Yes, I've seen your pictures. You post them online. Do you think I don't look online for pictures of myself? We'll be speaking with my lawyer shortly. If you'll let me finish, how about a alley roller contest? Each of us gets 5 tokens to score the most points. Whoever loses buys the other ice cream. Now we're talking. Hey, Zal, want to join in? Make this a 3-way dance? Maybe all the joysticks are gone, but I'm certainly a longtime skee-ball trademark fanatic. I'd likely clean the floor with these two. Still... I mean, it's always fun to have fun. I'm a skee-ball wizard. I got this. Oh, you're gonna get it now. You take a shot at the skee-ball king, you best not miss. That's the spirit. I can smell that victory ice cream already. Hey, if there's 3 of us, does that mean 2 of us have to give the winner ice cream? Or does the loser have to buy ice cream, like the bottom loser, they have to buy ice cream for the other 2? Or does the second place buy ice cream for the winner, but the third place buy ice cream for the second? You know, I don't know. I don't know how this works. And it smells like victory. Our coins rattle into the slots, as you could hear, tinking along the metal chute. 5 tokens, highest cumulative score wins. I suppose if it's 3 players, the 2 losers split the cost of the ice cream. I'm glad I had that conversation with you guys right before you discussed it. I remember playing tons of alley rollers back when I was a kid, roaming up and down the boardwalk of Flotsam Beach. Now the problem is, when you were a kid, you would know how much force to throw behind it, and it was always changed between day to day because you were growing. And now that you're grown and you think, I had to use this much of my force to get it into what particular hole, you're gonna lose the first couple of rounds. Like riding a bike, those are physical skills you'll never really forget. My grip on the gnarly old wooden ball feels completely natural, even now. We drop in our tokens and line up our first throws. It takes a few rolls for me to find my sweet spot, like I said. But eventually, I'm right where I need to be in the scores, which unfortunately can't be said of my coworkers. Oh, come on. I totally should have landed that hundo.
Rather disappointing.
These machines are a bit beat up from exposure and play. I wouldn't be surprised if they're unbalanced. Or they're rigged. Like those Carney games Teo and Percy were playing earlier. I didn't mention... I think that was the last time around, but I didn't go and talk to them, so... But they aren't. I'm hitting my shots no problem. I could whisper some advice to one of them. Maybe give them an edge. It's cheating, sure, but we're all getting ice cream in the end. Who cares? Oh, man, I could just say out loud. Why can't I just say out loud what the trick is? Like, this is an all for fun thing. I would like a different option of just like saying out loud what the trick is. Because it doesn't matter which of these two are happy with me or not. And this is just a rude thing. Oh, okay. Decisions. But if I had to choose... Of course, Gavin might think the machines are just worn down. Ashley thinks they're rigged, so... Yeah, here's the trick, Ashley. I lean in next to Ashley and whisper her a hot tip. Aim for the 40-pointer with every throw. That way, you'll always net a consistent amount of mid-tier points. Don't aim for the highest points, because you'll miss a lot. Oh. Instead of wildly aiming for the honeypot of 100 points, Ashley lines up for a shot right down the middle and scores a sweet throw. Soon enough, the game is over, with Ashley just barely pushing past my score and Gavin far behind. Well, I gave it my best. It makes you feel better. I couldn't have won without Zal's solid advice. No, you were still the one making the throws. That's skill, even if he offered suggestions. Still, if you'd like to keep things fair, we'll split the ice cream costs 3 ways. Everyone's a winner. Yeah, that's fine.
Indeed.
Most importantly, we had fun. Arcades are meant to be a place where friends can gather and have fun playing with each other. Beachside or in a shopping plaza, with or without joysticks. That's our goal. Let's take back a lesson today that we should always endeavor to provide fun, first and foremost. Whatever shape it takes, that's our mission. Still found a way to turn this into a working vacation, huh? But an enjoyable one. We grab ice cream cones from a vendor on the boardwalk, swapping work stories, laughing and having a blast. This is probably the happiest I've seen Gavin. At work he's all business, but here, he can crack a smile, even as he's analyzing arcades. And Ashley just exudes sunshine and cheer everywhere she goes. She's a good influence on him, clearly. But time's ticking, and I've got other stops to make. Do I? I thought I was done. It feels good being out and about with everyone, away from the funplex, away from work. Just friends, having a good time, great time, in a place designed for great times. With our newfound success, I hope we can do this more often. The rest of the afternoon passes in a blur, almost like it was only 5 minutes. I went and did like 3 things. Time happens. Soon, the sun has gone down, and Flotsam Beach is a calmer place. A more chill vibe, as the day's manic energy is long since spent. It's also clear the group will be breaking up soon. They've already changed back into their regular clothes, done with the beach as a whole. Some are talking about checking out the nightlife scenes around here. Some just want to relax in their hotel rooms. Some are simply headed back to the city. Probably like Percy. But, leaving me alone for a minute with my thoughts. It's been a wonderful day. Definitely. There's only one thing that can improve it. A risk. A daydream. But maybe one worth taking. I happen to know a few things about dreams lately. Beep beep, Saul. Yeah, I know. You want me to ask someone on a date. Only if you want to. I know I was kind of pushy earlier. I'm sorry, but if you want this, now's the moment. Everything in my calculations says it's the perfect time. I've got a lot going for me, but maybe something's still missing. Something more that I need from life than warmth of friendship alone. More importantly, maybe one of them feels the same way. Maybe they feel the same yearning. I'm going to save clearly over this file because I get the feeling this is a one-off deal. Romance, love, I'm no stranger to these things. But those were fumbling first attempts in youth. I could fumble again. Am I ready for this? Well, I'm still considering. I'm probably considering nothing because, sure, those two are reasonable and what all, but nah, Naomi's the one I really clicked with Naomi. How about I run down the data while you're thinking? Let's see. Oh, look at this screen. Okay. After my analysis, here's where you stand with everybody, and how your personality is shaping up. And your score. But now that I've had weeks to understand you better, I think I can adjust these values based on what I know each of them likes in a partner. Naomi loves people who are kind-hearted, but has a bit of a fiery temper. You match both of these. Well, that is definitely an upside. Gavin may be blunt, but he aspires to be kind, and you're already kindly. Ashley goes with a gut, so do you. Gutsy clicks for both of you. Queen Bee takes risks and relishes in a challenge. You're both very gutsy. Percy's heart is wide open to the world. I really hope it's not. Isn't his heart having issues? As is your own. You're both very kindly. And that's everybody. In my final analysis, I think you are the best possible match for Naomi, Queen Bee, and Ashley. Thanks, Iris. I could have told you that. In fact, I did. All three would make fine companions for you, Zal. Naomi, Queen Bee, and Ashley all get along well with you and match your personality. So, Naomi, Queen Bee, and Ashley.
My sources say yes.
Yes, I calculate you'll have the best probability of success with them. Numbers. All based on numbers. High score. Well, I mean, if this doesn't work, all I do is destroy the relationship of everybody in the arcade. Yeah, no, let's do this. I've come this far. It's weird, but you know what? My life is weird. It's surfing a deep wave of weird, all the way to the shores of weirdness. So, okay. Hook me up with someone whose numbers match my numbers. I'm ready to go. Great, but I want to make sure you understand what's really going on here.
I'm software, right? I have to see the world through numbers. I see relationships as numbers. I see your vocal tones as numbers. And I score it all. But the math is less important than the meaning. I see a number. But that number represents your free will and your heart. You chose to spend time with them. You shared good times with smiles and laughter, and sometimes even tears. This isn't like a dating website. You aren't asking a total stranger out just because the numbers match. You need to switch the causal relationship around.
I need to ask for a casual relationship? No, buddy. This is a whole cause and effect thing. Don't. I believe the phrase is ends based.
Causal, as in the cause of. You aren't spending time with them because of the numbers. The numbers exist because you wanted to spend time with them. You've been building these relationships for months. Now, you can take one to the next level. The numbers can be your guide if you let them. But follow your heart. Above all else, follow your heart. Okay?
Okay. Got it.
Right. So let's not limit ourselves here. Of all those who are special to you, which one do you want to share your heart with?
Naomi. It's a big decision, but she's right. She's been watching me, listening to me, understanding me. But in the end, it's my choice. And their choice to accept my love or not. But which one do I love? Which one should I approach? Oh, nobody is an option. Interesting. Now, if for some chance I managed to not get on the good side of anybody throughout the entire game, could I have gotten on the good side of Juniper and had her be an option? Because I know, like, there's only 6 heads in the relationship thing. Because that would be an interesting change. But no, I have one clear choice. It's been Naomi from the start. I'm not gonna lie. I do know some about this game, and she's the one that definitely clicked. There's really only one choice in my mind. One person I've spent the most time with. Naomi. It's Naomi. I don't need the numbers to know that. Iris smiles at me from my phone screen. I knew you'd say that. But be careful, okay? You two get along great, sure, but this might be more difficult than you think. I pocket my phone and approach Naomi. Ready for this at last. She's on the fringes of the group, just sort of idly twiddling her thumbs, unsure of what to say or do. Hey, Naomi?
Oh, hey there. Nice evening, isn't it?
Definitely, but I think I know something that'd make it nicer.
Really? What's that?
Let me show you the flaws of my love. You've already seen a lot of this little beach town I love to call home away from home, but there's more to see. Quiet little shops, nice cafes, places where two people can share some moments alone. Naomi, would you do me the honor of going out with me tonight? I can promise an evening you won't forget. I guess it's a bit shocking, since it's the first time I've really expressed this feeling. At all. Towards her. At first, I'm worried she'll run away or something, but she's a bit freaked out, to be honest. But she stands her ground.
What? Really? You're not joking around, right?
Hey, I'm serious. No fooling.
Oh. Oh, well, then, yeah? You know what? Yes. Yeah, sure.
Oh man, I wonder what... since these are all voiced lines, there has to be an option where you know, the character would be like, no, I don't think so.
Yes, I would love to go out with you.
Yeah, like if my relationship was severely low, like if I had chosen like Percy out of nowhere. Great. Whoop. She stands there as if glued to the spot, expression frozen. Yeah, because I'm the one that has to lead to the place.
So, now what?
I take you to a place.
I've never actually, I've never actually gone out on a date, like, ever.
Same.
I mean, okay, there was someone back in elementary school who poured apple juice down my shirt and then told me we were going out, but I don't think that counts. It doesn't count, right?
No. Oh boy. I knew Naomi was a bit reclusive, but not to this extent. I'm sorry, that's not what you go. That's not how you start. This is not the start of, hey, we're gonna go on a date. You do know where babies come from, right? That's definitely, that'll scare people away. This sounds like a silly response, which I definitely want here. It's okay, I can walk you through the steps. First, the prospective partners mutter the unspoken prayer to Cupid Thulu, the shadow lord of romantic entanglements. The next phase involves candles and chanting. Okay, I'm not that socially underdeveloped, thank you very much. Sorry. Jeez. She lets out a deep sigh. That joke broke the tension, at least. Just because I don't have much practical experience dating doesn't mean I'm hopeless. I've watched plenty of romantic anime and stuff. Right, so let's see. To do, I think the next step would be either throw myself off of a building to land in front of you dramatically, accidentally force you up against a wall with my dominant arm pressed against the wall, pinning you there effectively, and then talking to you. God, what are the other big ones? Having that be like a giant wall of cherry trees during springtime. That's how you get it, right? That's how you get everybody's heart at all times. Although normally at this point in the anime, the credits roll and that's the end of the series. I'm actually not sure what comes next. Oh, right, because you've been watching the animes and not the dramas, the live-action dramas, where this is literally episode 2 out of 10. And then the next 4 episodes are when she goes back in time and becomes a doctor. But I'm a quick study. I'm sure I can figure it out as I go along. Yeah, I'm an intelligent woman. What's yet another skill to master? Okay, so where do we go for this date? Somewhere normal and date-like? Somewhere totally expected for this sort of thing? I insist. Well, there was that beach. I'm tempted to suggest a movie, something simple and easy, but the nearest theater is too far away. Well, there's dance clubs, restaurants, bars. A bar, yes, that's normal. There's a barcade here on the boardwalk with games and everything. That'll be perfect. Okay, let's do a bar. You sure?
Yeah.
Of course, yes, I can do this. It'll be fine. Let's get moving. You are very... I mean, maybe it's just my reading of this that makes her seem a little manic about this. And she's off, striding with swift purpose right down the boardwalk. It takes me a moment to catch up, actually. She is very excited, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Naomi walks so quickly, there's not much point to small talk. At first, I assume she's super excited to be going out with me. She might just be very nervous. But from the way she's avoiding my looks, I'm wondering if this is more nerves than anything else. I hope I haven't made a mistake. Well, I hope she hasn't made a mistake. She's going along with it, making a big show of being excited and enthusiastic, but this whole thing feels a bit awkward. Like she's trying just for my sake. Wow, it's, very crowded. This is a dance hall. This is not a barcade. Like, super crowded. Crap. I forgot Naomi doesn't like hordes of people. I didn't suggest this. I make sure to stick by her side as we push through the throng to find a table. Unfortunately, the only available two-seater is near the middle of the action, not a quiet side spot. Arcades are big business in Flotsam. Not just the kiddie ones on the boardwalk, but adult-focused ones as well. In fact, most of the games here are adult-focused, with bloody fighting games and... Is that one seriously just a topless volleyball game? Hey, if you want to go somewhere else instead... No! No.
Well,
This is normal, right? A normal place for normal couples to go to. I'm fine with this. This is dating. It sounds like you're an alien that has just discovered the word dating. Kinda normal, sure. But drinks! We require drinks! Do they have diet soda? They should. I don't really, drink alcohol. They should have diet soda. Oh god, why did I even suggest this? I didn't suggest this! This is Naomi... This was Naomi's choice. Naomi chose to come here. She went all out on coming here. She's trying her best. I did not suggest a barcade. I would have suggested anything else. But here we are. In a show of solidarity, I get a soft drink myself too, returning to the table with 2 glasses and 2 straws. Naomi sips from hers delicately, while studying the various smutty and or sporty and or bloody games on off. Wait. So the phrase of this sentence means that there is a smutty, sporty, bloody game on offer, and there's only really one of those that I've ever seen, and it wasn't in an arcade cabinet. I can honestly say I've never been in an arcade like this. Yeah, me neither. Really, most barcades are just normal arcades. Sans children and an addition of fancy game-themed drinks. Do you normally take girls to bars like these? I mean, not all the time. I'm not saying that you do that, but when you're dating, there's no non-awkward way to talk about this. Could I maybe joke around a bit and help her relax? Oh, God. Choice 2 is not the one to go for. But I also feel that that's the gutsy choice, which probably still pretty good. Honestly, I don't want to be like I really don't like this choice. Because it falls along with the whole, hey, you do know where babies come from, right? That's not a conversation for date 1. That's a conversation that you have before date 1 if that's what you're going to do. This is not that time. Oh hey, what's that distracting thing over there? Well, I've been to bars before, but oh hey look, they've got one of those championship golf games with the trackball. Aren't those fun? Every arcade has one of those. We don't. Oh, right. Look, I appreciate the effort to try to help me feel more at ease. I do. I'm not blind to it. I mean, just, it's like, oh god, this is super weird, isn't it? I'm making this super weird. Everything about this night has been super weird, but we're still here. It's the context, right? It's all about context. When you and I are hanging out, just laughing and talking, eating lunch, it feels comfortable, like a cozy sweater. Why does doing the same thing as a date feel so different? Why does it have to be different at all? It doesn't have to be. I swear. Look, take it from a dating veteran, a veteran by comparison anyway, it's not a huge deal. You just enjoy some time together. That's it. What you do is almost secondary to that. Look, I think coming here was a mistake. I'll own up to that. I should have insisted on something quieter. Yeah. Like a walk along the beach. That would have probably been a good start, since Naomi has seen a lot of dating anime. That is definitely a good start. Quiet or loud, that's not the problem. I want us to be us. How we are. Okay, that's fine. The person I care about, who cares about me, and that's all. Nothing really different about it. Okay. You know, we don't have to go out tonight at all. Could have just waited to have a really nice lunch tomorrow. Would you like that? We could call this off. No. I also want something special, you know? To mark the night we decided we cared about each other so much that we had to make it more than an unspoken thing.
Aww.
But this is just not us. Naomi gets up from her chair. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back shortly. Did I just ruin this? I only suggested a bar because that's where I'm used to. And a barcade, I figured it'd have some games. She likes games. And it should have worked. I wasn't anticipating disaster. I didn't choose this, but oh well. Everybody around me, couples in the crowd, all having a great time while I sit here sipping my diet soda. I probably shouldn't have gotten a diet soda. I could have been just fine with a regular. Feeling like I stepped on something fragile and precious. Sitting here, waiting, for a good 10 minutes. Did she crawl out a window in the bathroom and escape into the night? I hope not. That'd be terrible. Should I go check and make sure she's okay? Eventually, I'm snapped out of my blue funk when I hear something metallic clink against the table. A set of car keys? Oh, God, Gavin, what? Here. I want it gassed up before morning, though. Understood? Oh, God, that's actually really nice. What? My van. You wanted to borrow it, correct? Oh, hey, you got here super quick. Naomi puts her phone away as she returns, apparently having just called Gavin with it. Yes, we'll get some gas on the way back, I promise. Good. I don't loan out my conveyance to just anyone, you understand.
Take this matter seriously.
Drive under the speed limit. Take care at any red lights. If you need me, I'll be back at the hotel. Thanks so much. Later, Gavin. Okay, let's get going, Sal. Oh, there's no question. This is a yes.
Woohoo!
On our date, silly. I'm changing the parameters a bit, but it's a surprise. I can't tell you where we're going just yet, but I think you'll like it. Yeah, no. Of course. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Let Naomi take charge so she can feel comfortable with the whole dating thing. I just assumed since she was so nervous that I needed to lead her. And here you said you didn't know anything about dating. Okay, I'm game. Let's see where this goes. I don't know dating, but I know what I like, and I know exactly what I want to be doing tonight. Let's roll. It's dating time, Naomi style. And we're off, leaving the lights and noise of Flotsam Beach in our wake. Given our destination is meant to be a surprise, I decided not to prod too deeply on it, and instead focused on suddenly cheerful Naomi. She's quite talkative now that she's got a clear idea of what she wants to do. That's good. And then we drove right into the lake. Well, it's more of a pond, just someplace to feed the ducks, but it felt like a lake. The water was way up to our ankles when the car finally stopped anyway. That's the last time my college roommate let me drive her anywhere. This particular story time isn't filling me with confidence about this voyage, Naomi.
Let me explain.
My point is, it's not like I haven't gone out and had fun before. Even an electrical engineering student in college, a total nerd like me, has hit the town once or twice. It's not exactly my thing, but once we're really settled in together, I wouldn't mind taking another crack at the whole social mixer scenario like we tried tonight. But for a first time together, I want it to be special. So you're saying... I still don't want to answer that one. Like, I've been avoiding this whole topic this whole time. Because this is not... You feel that this is only the beginning. Do you feel that strongly about me? That this lark of mine to go out on a date, that it could be something greater? Aw, jeez, you're making me blush again. Listen, I don't know much about this stuff, but I know that I like you, and I'd never do something half seriously. So if we both want this, I want to be all in. So do I. I'm all in. Okay, I promised to do right by you, and you promise in turn. So, we'll be okay. No, we were okay before. We'll be even better. The tables have turned with me being the one a bit confused by everything, and Naomi feeling totally in her element. Which is only fair, honestly. And knowing her, by the time this evening's out, we'll both be on the same level. We're here! I really hope we didn't just go back to, Donnawood. About 20 minutes out from Flotsam, the van pulls into a largely empty parking lot of another bar. Couple arcade cabinets, sure. But this one isn't on the main strip of the beach town. It's not even packed with a crowd. It's not even packed with a tiny percentage of a crowd. Aside from the bartender and someone passed out on a bar stool, there's nobody here. This is a much better place. And Naomi put on her usual tool belt for some reason.
Hi.
Hey, Sam. Oh. Hey, Naomi. It's good to finally meet you in person. And this is your boyfriend? The question does pause her constant forward momentum for a moment. Yeah. Yeah, he is. Clearly she likes being able to say that, judging from her smile. Great. Great. Okay, it's right over here. Good luck. Sam leaves his post behind the bar to lead us to one of the few old arcade games left in the place. A very beat-up looking Pango arcade game, with no light behind the marquee and the monitor dead. Okay, so because we go back a ways, I'll make it about $50. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, do you mind if I tinker with it before we load it into the van? I brought some of my tools with me. Suit yourself. It's a quiet night around here. Naomi whips a multi-tool out of her apron and starts undoing the screws on the back of the cabinet. Hey, help me with this, yeah? Right, yeah. We get the back pried open, and I use the flashlight on my phone to help her peek around inside the dusty old game. I don't think anything's completely shot. The monitor may need some adjustments, but what's stopping it from booting is probably just a power supply issue. I should take the shotgun approach and totally recap the monitor, though. This model tends to fizzle out again and again without modern parts. Okay. Naomi? What exactly is going on? Our date, silly? I mean, this is exactly what we did the first time we met, so... We're going to restore this wonderful old Pango and bring it back with us for the glory of the Funplex. I met Sam through a retro arcade enthusiast community online. He's one of the few people who didn't treat the new girl like a joke, and we've been talking ever since. So when I was in the bathroom at that bar, compulsively checking my messages while trying to figure out how to salvage the date I ruined, I saw that he was going to dump this old Pango. Since his place was a quick ride from Flotsam Beach, I decided it was Providence, a sign from the heavens to bless our first date.
Wonderful.
You and I share a love for these games, and I can't think of a better way to celebrate our love than to rescue one of my favorite games of all time from the junk heap. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, it's a perfect Naomi date in every way. God, I keep choosing the logic ones. Yeah, that's jumped up a couple of times. That makes complete sense now that I think about it. You share your feelings by sharing your love for games. It's not just a job, it's your calling. It's the greatest expression of Naomi-ness that Naomi can achieve. So, you wanted to share this special game with me. I knew you'd understand. Pango is special to me. I loved it when I was a little girl. I even handmade my own Pango plushie. Not a Pangi, but a Pango. With his little bow tie and everything. I remember we saw it. It was never really a super popular game. It's not up there with the greats. It's the ones every arcade collector recalls with nostalgia. But it's my game. I love it. I'll love it even if nobody else does. This moment in time, this place, being so close to a Pango in need, I knew this was right. This was exactly where I wanted to be. With you. It's a quiet little place. It's just you, me, and a few drunks, and Sam. But otherwise, just you and me. We've got all night to relax and enjoy ourselves, Although, technically, we should probably get back before it's super late, or we'll be a wreck tomorrow. It's a very Naomi date, that's for sure. Practical, comfortable, and pleasant, mixing her loves of arcade gaming and good company together. Sugary drinks. For the next few minutes, I work with Naomi to try and diagnose why Pango isn't turning on. I ask questions, she gives answers. It's definitely the power supply. I smelled something funny from that unit there when we tried to power it on. Can we really fix this thing right here and now?
Sure.
Sure, it's not really that hard. Let's see. She's happy, I'm happy. I hadn't really hung around her workshop before while she was tinkering. I just pop in for lunch or to say hi. But if she's this full of joy, even through the frustration of diagnosing some obscure little electrical problem, it must be a joy to be around her during those times. Hey. I'm techno-savvy. Maybe I can learn some of this stuff. Help you out next time you're in fixing up a game. What do you say? Can I be your Padawan? Do I have to get the little, like, rat tail thing? Because that might look bad. Oh, but aren't you already an event manager? I wear many hats. What's one more? When I first started at the Funplex, it was just a job, but it's become something more than that. I've become more. I've got ambition. I need to learn everything about this business, inside and out. If I understand what you do, learn how Gavin manages the money, how Ashley manages the crowds, you can run it all single-handedly. Well, no, I'm just one person. Now it'd run me ragged and then I'd be a husk of a man. But it'll help me make decisions, knowing how it all works. So, teach me your arcane methodologies, oh sensei. Okay, that's a great idea. It'd sure help me out, especially if we expand the Funplex in the future. You know, that's something I'd love to see. We're doing great, aren't we? Not just as a couple, I mean. As a Funplex. What do you think of expanding? Miss Naomi, are you using my affections just to get a bigger workspace? I feel so cheapened. Goof. You know what I mean? The Funplex is soaring thanks to things like Funplex Forever, getting Wyvern Keep. I can see a future for us, building a wonderful arcade together. I mean, look at how the Funplex was founded. Miss Francine and her husband opened it together as a couple. It could be that for us, too.
So beautiful.
I can't imagine a better future than that. It's my dream. Isn't the Funplex your dream, too? My dream. It wasn't. Not at first. But as the days go by... Ooh, that is definitely a weird thing to choose. I honestly don't know is not the pick here. So the choice is either the Funplex is my dream, or you are my dream. Let's see. No. I mean, yeah, no, this Yep. A place isn't my dream. It was the dream that brought me to the dream. And that dream is you, Naomi. It's cute when you blush like that. I should make you do it more often. Yeah. Thank you, Zal. Maybe you're not as into arcades as me, but that's fine. You're my dream too. Look, I'm very into arcades, alright? It's just... Gently, Naomi squeezes my hand, and with her other hand, flicks the power switch on. Pango pops to life, the marquee lighting up, the screen displaying a fuzzy afterimage of penguins and ice blocks.
Woohoo!
Woohoo, I'm a genius! Okay, there's probably still something wrong with the monitor, but I can fix that when we get home. Speaking of getting back, we should get this loaded into the van and haul it back to Flotsam. I don't want to worry Gavin about his precious van. Sam, can we borrow a dolly to roll this out of here? Help yourself. Working together, we move the game into the back of the van. In all, not a bad date. Under the cover of darkness, Naomi drives us on home. I mean, back to the Flotsam Beach, because driving home would be a terrible idea. I mean, unless we're dropping off the machine first. I can't help but turn her words over in my head. Look at how the Funplex was founded. Miss Francine and her husband opened it together. As a couple. It could be that for us, too. For the longest time, I'd assumed all my spirit needed was stability, a good job, a way to break the family curse. Then I'd seen that job as more than a job. Something of a calling. Good use of both types of then and than. How far was this road going to lead me? It already led me into Naomi's arms, as we destined to be like Miss Are we destined to be like Miss Francine? To live and love and grow, all under the roof of an arcade? I'd have laughed off the idea only a few months ago. Now, I'm smiling at it. Hey, penny for your thoughts? Quarter, actually. Huh? No need to go that far tonight, though. It's still a first date. Pondering something for the rest of my life with Naomi is... pondering spending the rest of my life with Naomi is premature. Even if it is making me smile, too. We're almost here. You want me to drop you off at your hotel before I park the van at Gavin's? An insistent buzz in my pocket reminds me of something. Actually, we've got one stop to make together after parking the van. Oh? What's that? You'll see. This one's my surprise. Iris was right. A 99.97 chance of romantic success if you take your special someone on a moonlit seaside stroll. Sorry, I'm just noticing your thumb. That is a very long thumb. Unless that's not her thumb. No, that should be your thumb. Like, this is very long and oddly proportioned. I don't think this art is supposed to be looked at for very long. With Naomi at my side, watching the waves gently roll onto Flotsam Beach, I feel completely at peace. Hey Zal?
Let's take another try at dating soon, okay? But this time, we'll just get drinks and talk, or go to the movies, or anything, even if there's other people around. I want to expand my horizons. Just a little. Just a little. And if I'm doing that with you, I know I'll feel more comfortable.
Sure thing. Are we buying a new game every time we go out?
Maybe, but I'm pretty sure that gets super expensive super fast.
I don't know. Have you been to a movie recently? It might be actually cheaper just to buy a game. Hey, you're the one who wanted a bigger funplex.
Huh. Maybe in the future. For now, just being with you is enough. Thank you. Thank you for all of this. I'd put off even thinking about a love life for so long, assuming it just wasn't in the stars for me, that I'd have to learn to be content and alone. But now, I'm not sure why I ever felt that way. Thanks for being my player, too.
We share a little laugh at the joke and quietly watch the waves roll in. And that's how Naomi and I found each other. I'd call our lunchtime party the high water mark. One perfect moment in time, but I was wrong. This was it. And in the difficult weeks ahead, I'd cling to that high water mark in hopes the waves would roll my way again. Presumably that's the end of the chapter. Yep, that's the end of the chapter. I bet... Okay. So far, you scored 17,400 points. You're winning friends and influencing people. Oh, and pizza fact time. 3 of the top 10 weeks of pizza consumption occurred during January. More pizzas consumed during the Big Game Week than any other week of the year. That's in February, though. Like, it's always the first weekend in February. It's the first Sunday. That's when the big game generally is. Do you want to save your game before proceeding to level 6? Yes. I'm fine with this. Yeah, so now we have the ones for each level. Difficult weeks ahead was something that was said. It is the future, the year 20XDX. And my dream has come true. Okay, let's be honest. If you asked me 2 months ago if my dream involved being the event coordinator at a video arcade, I'd have just stared at you, kind of funny. Even now it sounds ridiculous. But it's true. I'm here. I'm successful. I'm happy. And this is my dream. Ever since Funplex Forever, business has been booming. Including this long boy down here. Like, I can see no one's bought it yet. The Funplex is crowded with players, day in, day out. Kids, teens, the college crowd, the nostalgic ones looking for old games they remember. I've run 3 events so far. We've started rotating our games out of storage and into play to keep things fresh. The high score boards are constantly shifting. Good. That's actually really good. In fact, things are going so well, Gavin hinted that maybe we should start looking into a second location. But this will always be home. Seeing the smiles on coworkers and gamers alike, watching my friends laugh and play in good spirits, that's working for me and bringing me joy in turn. I won't argue why. In fact, I barely understand why. But I'm happy, and that's better than I've been in years of going with the flow. Going with the flow never brought me this much enjoyment. I'd say by this point, I've soundly broken the family curse. Do not say that. Maybe everything doesn't have to fall apart under me. Maybe I can just be happy. Maybe this is where I'm meant to be. Maybe I should just stop the game now and end on a high note. Nah, we gotta keep going. Sign here, please. Huh? A bicycle messenger nudges a slim envelope my way again, trying to catch my attention. Oh, I bet this is a letter from, I cannot remember his name. I've snapped out of my happy little trance immediately. Oh, right. No problem. After jotting down my signature, he drops off the envelope and heads right on out the door. No time for Moopy or for a round of pinball, it seems. Deliveries to make. Curious, I open it up. Whose name was on it? Zal Beg, you are cordially invited to dine and discuss business matters at Deco's Palace with CEO Deco Nami. Meeting time will be 7 in the evening, sharp. You may bring a guest of your choosing. Free Royal Value swipe cards available for enjoyment of games prior to meeting. So now I have to talk with Deco. I read through this a few times, trying to parse all the curly cues and swirls and swooshes, although that doesn't clear my confusion with the whole matter. Soon, Francine looks up from her knitting, curious about the letter as well, although she seems to have already have an idea of what it says. I suppose it's about that time, isn't it? Huh?
Oh, dear.
Time for that fellow to make another attempt at wooing me. Excuse me? Double, huh? Rather at wooing my beloved Funplex. Let me guess. Deco Nami of Deco's Palace sent you a fancy invitation with all sorts of fancy writing. That is accurate, yes. It's not the first time. He's invited my dear Frederick and I over in 1980X to talk about selling the Funplex, and we turned him down flat. Then in 1990X, when home game consoles were poised to take back the arcade crowd, he suggested we sell. We turned him down. Now it's 20XDX, and he's at it again. A gentleman would know when to quit, but he's got tenacity, and can't fault him for that. Why would a big-time arcade operator like Deco Nami care that much about us? We are small-time. I can tell you exactly why a big-time arcade operator like Deco Nami would care about a small-time arcade. 1, it's got people who know what they're doing, so he could try to snipe them and employ them into their arcade. 2, cutting smaller fish before they get bigger fish. Oh, no offense. Come now. If anyone should be offended, it's you. Calling yourself small time? Saul, dear, you've put so much work to make my little arcade soar. I bet that's why he's knocking on our door again. We're thriving, and that's lured him back in. Like Gruyere cheese in the mousetrap. You put Gruyere cheese in your mousetrap? Like what I've seen is people just use, blocked Swiss or, realistically, peanut butter, because it's not cheese and doesn't go rancid if the mice don't get to it. So wait, are we the cheese or the trap?
My, oh my.
That depends on how clever you are, my dear. Right, so I'm the cheese, although I prefer it to be a nice mozzarella. Cheese types aside, do you want me to ignore the invite then? Oh, heavens no! Contrary to what people say about the fellow, he's very much a man of his word. I always accept his invitations, always hear him out. It's only fair and proper. I thought he was like the arcade scene's greatest evildoer.
Let's be sensible.
That's a bit grandiose, no? Certainly plenty of rumors of his questionable methods abound, but that's all they are. Rumors. Politeness should be met with politeness. That's how you conduct proper business. And that's what the Funplex is about. Francine moves to rise from her seat near the ticket desk, but pauses, leaning heavily on the glass countertop while looking strained. I move to help, but she waves me away and sits back down. Oh, don't worry about little old me. I just stood up too quickly, is all. Just out of breath. But, Zal, I think it'd be best if you go. In my stead. Me? Let's be serious now. These old bones aren't as spry as they once were. And I think you'd have a good time there. Well, an interesting time at any rate. I'll look my dapperest. I shall don my Sunday's best to meet the mustache-twirling ruffian of arcade legend with pride. It's not that upscale, dear. No matter what glitz Deco Nami favors, they still sell cheap beer by the pitcher and rarely scrape gum from under the tables. Ew. So, go there and turn him down. Got it. The slowness of her response is a bit concerning. I trust you to make the right decision for everyone, which is to not sell the Funplex, right?
I don't feel that's my call to make anymore, dear. Maybe you haven't noticed, but I spend most of my time at home these days. Or napping. Or napping at home. The Funplex isn't really about me. Not anymore. It's so much more than Francine's Arcade Funplex now. It's about you. It's about your coworkers. It's about all our regulars. You've made me realize that. And I'm thankful.
Ah, at last. All that the neon light touches is mine. I have ascended the ziggurat of arcade majesty to rule over all with a terrible iron fist. But seriously, you're the one who built that ziggurat. I owe you a lot. And if you don't want me to sell, I won't sell. Oh, you're a peach, dear. But times are always changing. I'm an old fuddy-duddy stuck in her ways. Maybe the time has come to change how the Funplex does things. We're almost back to the heyday of 1980X, thanks to the changes you've made. So I won't say you can't decide to sell. If it's a change you think we need, do it. Please keep an open mind. Francine sighs deeply, looking more tired than usual. That's not a good sign. It's only afternoon and I'm already worn out. Haven't even done anything but sit here and knit all day. Knitting takes a lot of concentration, that's not nothing. If you feel pooped, you can take a few days off. Go home. Get some rest. All the same, I'd rather come in for work tomorrow. Even if there's little work for me to do. I love being here. This is my true home. And yet you want me to keep an open mind about this deal.
Like I've told you, life can be a difficult series of trade-offs. What I want and what should be are often different things. I'm relying on you to do right by everyone I love. If selling is in their best interest to keep this dream going, so be it. No matter what you decide, I'm proud of you. I knew there was something special about you when I hired you to replace my grandson. You are the brightest spirit at the Funplex. And while we may not be blood,
Yeah, be very careful what you say next.
I'm happy to consider you part of my family.
Because this is... Fear not, Francine. Your hopes and dreams are well invested in me. I shall defend this funplex we call home to the death. Yes, well, let's hope Dekonami's idea of a hostile takeover doesn't involve knives, shall we? That's okay, I'm an expert at bladed weapons. With another deep sigh, Francine eases herself out of her chair. Now, I think I'll take your suggestion and head home. Well, for today, anyway. I'll be here bright and early in the morning to hear how things went with Mr. Nami. I know you'll make the right decision. Good night, Zong. Be well. No. Stay here, Francine. Please, this is the only place that people can keep an eye on you. Make the right decision. Okay. I get the feeling that's the last time we're going to see Francine. Nope. Still not going to sell out my dream. I just can't see it. If we sell out, well, I've tried so hard. I've gone so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Like, I can't even make a joke about that at this point. That's what old Zal would have said. That everything's going to collapse in on itself. Why get emotionally invested? But new Zal, with a new and improved formula, grabs onto what he wants with both hands and does not let go. Tug of war is a very painful sport. If Francine wants me to hear him out, okay, but I seriously doubt this will change my mind. Now, who do I want to take as my +1? Like,
Beep,
I...
beep.
Hi, Iris. What's up? You want to come as my date? I'm your girl Friday, but I'm afraid you're not my type. My type being USB compatible, of course. I know that's a reference to something, I just don't know what, and sadly, it's gonna bug me. I sensed you were in a state of deep ponderance and wanted to help. You're thinking of who to take to the meeting. Yeah, I mean, Naomi is the obvious choice. I'm sure she'd have some opinions on Deko's palace. True, as part of the Funplex family, Naomi would be a good pick. But this is a business meeting. You may want to consider widening your options. Naomi will support your decision either way. It's clear she trusts you. True. Okay. Then it's Gavin. Like, it has to be Gavin. Gavin's the only other one that would... he'd be insistent on selling. Maybe. I don't know. Because now that this place is actually turning a profit, he could see this as a building that's doing something. Alright, let's see. Gavin, Naomi, Ashley, Queen Bee, Percy, Teo. The standard choices. She can assess the Column Games, has a good eye for local culture, knows the gamer scene, he knows business and gaming in equal amounts. Percy is a day trader, but that doesn't really help much. Queen Bee has been to Deco's Palace. She may know the gamer scene, but that's not really the call here. Honestly, I think it's either Gavin or Naomi, not even Ashley. Like, of the 6 people here, I'd probably want to bring an employee, so Queen Bee, Percy, and Teo are unfortunately out of the runnings. Because while this decision could affect those 3, it affects them far less than it does the other 3. Choices. This could affect something, but I don't know what. And it's really annoying that I don't know what. Okay. I think I know who I have to go with. So, part of this game is just, I've been playing by my guts. You know, you go with your gut decision because that's usually the one that you should go with. Because, frankly, it's not like I can destroy a game by making the wrong decisions. You just get a different ending than what you were initially anticipating. It's the same it's the same logic of multiple choice tests at school, where a lot of times you'll think this is the right answer before you actually look at the answers, and then you double guess yourself and be like, oh, maybe this wasn't the right answer, maybe this one's the right answer. About slightly over 50% of the time, your initial thought is usually the correct one. And I know that one is, that is a poor way to say it, because it's more than just over half the time, around half the time, is usually correct. So that means we're looking at even less than half of the time, it's still correct. Or the other way to look at it is going with your gut if you never actually looked up the stuff. You can't. It's more of a question about, do I recall learning this item? Then this is just new knowledge to me. I can only make a guess. I don't have any sort of bearing on what this means. We're going to Deco's Palace. Honestly, I gotta go with Naomi. Because if what's gonna happen is, what I think is gonna happen, unfortunately, I think Francine is going to end up dying within this night, so she will not be back tomorrow, sadly. That would leave me and Naomi in charge of this place. Gavin will probably still be here. Ashley will probably still be here. So me and Naomi do need to go and talk with Deco. I fire off a quick text to Naomi to summon her from the murky depths of her tiny workshop.
Hi.
Hi, what's up? Want to go out for dinner? Maybe see a movie? Well, I've got some good news. I had a different sort of date in mind. Now, don't freak out when I say this, okay? I'm already freaking out, I think. Francine wants us to meet with Deco Nami to discuss what's hopefully a joint venture, but more likely a buyout. Okay, now I'm not freaking out. I'm freaking annoyed.
Ugh.
The nerve of that guy, thinking he can toss money around and step on every little arcade out there. I know you don't like Deco's Palace, but I need you to help on this one, Naomi. You know arcades better than anyone here. I want you to get an accurate look into how Deco runs things. Will you come with me? Okay. I won't like it, but okay. Just do the right thing, yeah? Turn him down. I'll go wrap up my work and join you in a minute. I mean, that was the plan. Don't make a big deal of this. Don't make a big deal of this. Don't make a big deal of this. Where we go there, we snicker at how awful the place is, tell Deco to shove it, go home. And then everything's back to the way it should be. It's gonna be fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Naomi offers to drive us across the town to Deco's Palace. Contrary to the talk before, we don't exchange many words. I'm deep in thought, running through all the possibilities of what could happen, and I can't shake this feeling. Something is off. Even looking at the glowing neon template in the distance, my stomach knots and I feel uneasy. When we finally pull up, a valet takes the car and glitzy blinking lights blind our eyes. Hesitantly, I look over to Naomi. That smile reassures me enough to continue onwards. This is for me, my friends, and the Funplex. I got this. Time to uphold my end of the bargain. I pause momentarily, inhaling the cool air around me, and then I open the door. Deco's Palace. New background. Let's take a nice look at this. So we've got, you know, the prize counter with all of the same prizes. Some ticket prize machines. Some more ticket prize. The spinny wheel where you could win tickets. I've actually been here before. I think my 6th birthday party was here. I barely remember it. But I think I had fun? Maybe? Well, yeah. Everyone remembers going to Chuck E. Cheese as a kid, but no one actually remembers Chuck E. Cheese. It's like there's a thought that exists in your brain where you remember having gone to one of these locations like Chuck E. Cheese or Odyssey 51 or any of those other big chains that have various areas that it's always the kid's birthday but it's never your birthday. So if it was your birthday, then that's one thing because you'll have a different memory, but it's always somebody else's birthday and you go there and you try to have fun, but it never really pans out. And then you think back later in time and you go, was that worth it? Did I want to go to Chuck E. Cheese? Did I enjoy my time at Chuck E. Cheese? Where did mouse cursor go? Okay. Did I enjoy my time at Chuck E. Cheese? Do I want to ever go back to Chuck E. Cheese? And then you don't think about it for like 40 years. And then you go, well, maybe 40 years is a bit of a stretch. Let's say 15 years. Because I remember there was a big kick when I was, starting in college. And you had the college-aged people going, yeah, we're adults. Let's go to Chuck E. Cheese. And there was no Chuck E. Cheese around. Because, I mean, there was one Chuck E. Cheese, but then you have a whole bunch of college-age adults going into an area with a bunch of unsupervised children, which is not a good look in the first place. Like, that's the other thing. Chuck E. Cheese is just a bunch of unsupervised children. You might think, oh, they have pizza. They barely have pizza. Like, I can't speak of the quality of the pizza at this point because I haven't had it, I think, ever. I might have had 1 or 2 slices as a child, and I stick with other pizza, like the other cheap pizza joints that I can get to well over for quality reasons. All right, yeah. But on entering it as an adult, my first reaction is, boy, is that a weird smell. A mix of chicken grease, beer, and sweaty kids. Yeah, this is basically just Chuck E. Cheese. My second reaction is, jeez, is it noisy. Visually noisy, sound type noisy. All the chaos of a Vegas casino, a jumble of lights, bells, and hey, Left 4 Dead is on sale. Right, the Steam summer sale started, remember that. So if you want to pick up games on Steam for less money than you would have paid for them normally, now is the time. And if you don't want to pick up games for less than you would have paid for them normally, or you already bought them, well, not much I can say with that, but yeah, jumble of lights, bells, and whistles, and whiz-bangs. Once we acclimate to the new environment, let me finish checking this email that says, yep, ooh, hey, 75% off on that, nice. Huh. That's peculiar. So there is some fun stuff at the Steam Summer Sale. There's probably something like an event that goes on each day. So make sure you double check those, and because sometimes you can get like rewards that you could then sell on the Steam marketplace to make money to buy a game. That's how I bought Rogue Legacy. I completed the winter sale, and then I got those cards that you turn in for things, and then I sold them on the market just from that day or that event to buy Rogue's Legacy, which had gone on sale, so it was cheaper, so I could actually afford it off of the event. Rogue's Legacy is a fun game. Once we acclimate to the new environment, we're escorted in and given VIP Royal Value swipe cards. No tokens, no quarters, just a card of indeterminate points to spend. We've got a little over an hour to kill before the meeting. Time to see what's at the palace.
Ugh.
My skin crawls just looking at this. It's trying to do too much all at once. Is it an arcade? A family restaurant? A sports bar? A casino? An esports venue? Yes. Yes, yes, and yes. Meaning you can get drunks, super competitive players, super casual players, and tons of kids all jammed into the same place. And all of them are throwing up into the ball pits. I don't know why the super casual players are throwing up into the ball pits, but everybody else makes sense. You get really competitive and you get all that adrenaline and whatever, but Yeah, so it's for drunk preteen fighting game champs then. So their target demographic is boozed out 10-year-olds who throw shoryukens between gobbling down hot wings and yanking slot machine levers. Good one. I think the goal is to have something for everyone, but that means it's not particularly great at one of those things. Yeah, it's the whole jack of all trades situation. If you're good at everything, well, if you can do something of everything, you're at least going to be looked at a lot, as opposed to say you're like an expert in one field, but only one field. Only people that need that one field will look at you. But if you're okay in a lot of things, you might get called out to do other things. I don't really mind any of those things, but mix them and things get weird. Casino and a kid's arcade, notably, this is just wrong. I mean, that's what a kid's arcade is, isn't it? Just a casino. But, like, not actually money, you get the tickets. Let's just get on with this. I'll do a quick inventory of their game selection and catch up with you later if I don't see you over there. Okay, some time to kill. But not that much time to kill. I need to be choosy. What do I want to check out while waiting for my dinner date with Destiny? Do not get drunk before dinner. But they have a tournament going on. As an event manager, I believe it would be important for me to see how that's being handled. From the sound of it, there's a big tournament running in the dedicated esports section near the back. I wander through the games to join the crowd. Okay, I'll admit to being impressed. They've got no fewer than 10 Fists of Discomfort machines, all of them occupied by players in pro team jerseys and jackets. The crowd's red hot, cheering on their heroes as the back and forth resource battle of the world's most popular fighting strategy game plays out before them. Although the banner hanging above it all does make me shudder. Let me guess, it's going to be something along the lines of a replacement for L7. Oh, never mind. Deco's Palace presents the Choco Energy Max Power Quench and Pizza Yums Friday Night Fisting. I believe Pizza Yum is who promotes the assistant, Iris. Choco Energy Max. Oh wait, sorry. Choco Energy Max Power Quench appears to be one title. So
When you have pizza on a bagel.
yes, thank you, Iris. Even these gamers know that when pizza's on a bagel. Please God, no. I haven't had one of those in weeks, not since I started being able to afford real food. Look, man, when pizza's on a bagel, you can have pizza every time. You just don't appreciate the sublime majesty of combining two of the greatest bread-related snack products into one hybrid masterpiece. Honestly, pizza and a bagel are not really a snack. When you have a bagel, you have a bagel. It's not like, ooh, I'll have this bagel and then a salad, and then, like, you don't reach for a bagel thinking, I'm gonna eat something later on. This won't spoil my appetite. Bagels are dense. Sometimes. Hang on. I sense a disturbance in the crowd. Hey, it's Rendo Calrissian. What was that? I call hacks, you cheater. Two competitors step away from their game, start shouting and shoving each other. I I hope this doesn't escalate. And it's escalated. Now it's a full-on fight. Like an actual awkward grapple and punch fight. Yeah, kick his ass. From, wait. Don't take any of that garbage from him. Wait. They're both wearing the same kind of ghost hoodie. Wow. They're all wearing the same ghost vest. I wonder what that means. It's a good thing that's censored, although 6 letters probably could have kept the ER there, out of it. Violent altercation detected. Do you want me to call emergency services? No. No. Deco's Palace has security guards. They should be able to handle this. The two gamers both flail wildly at each other. One swing actually makes contact. Blood dribbling down the corner of a mouth. Where's the ball pit? Any second now. Except the people with black shirts that have security printed on their chests just stand there, letting it happen. No one is doing anything to stop this. The crowd is eating it up, feeding off the cutthroat energy. Only after half a minute of this nonsense does security actually step in. Much to the crowd's dismay. The two angry gamers are still cursing and kicking as they're finally pulled apart. Wow, tough crowd. So much for friendly competition. I don't think I can really learn anything from this. I run clean events at the Funplex and have zero tolerance policy for salty bastards. Time to move on. Still not gonna get a drink. Although... No. See what games they have. I decided to focus on trying to find games, like actual games, not just these whole token-to-ticket translators. Except the whole place is basically full of slot machines. They're different shapes, sizes, and colors. None have a traditional one-armed bandit look. Well, that's a shame. That's the fun of it. To avoid running afoul of legal issues. But they're still slot machines. Every game here maybe has a single button to stop a wheel, or a colored light to try to line up the dots or something. The real complex ones, 3 buttons. Ooh, fancy.
Hey, listen.
Hold me up above your head. That would look really... not conspicuous. What's the word for not conspicuous? Like, odd? Huh? Visual scan, silly. I'll look for games you might be familiar with. With a shrug, I hoist my phone high in the air, and then it takes a picture with the flash setting on, so everyone knows what just happened. Then I resume looking at Iris, sitting in my screen.
Please enjoy this recorded music.
Oh, actually, let's skip the music. That didn't take long. Good high bandwidth public Wi-Fi in here to my cloud processor. I'm seeing lots of driving and shooting games, easy for casual players to pick up and play. Over in the esports section we were just at, there's dancing games and Fists of Discomfort. We've got all those. I'm not seeing any joysticks. Is a game defined by having a particular input device? I don't know. Is a personal computer defined by being your own? The answer is yes. That's what makes it personal. So if you have a shared computer, I'm sorry, you do not have a PC. Hate to say it. Hate to break it to you. All you folks with a family computer it's an FC, not a PC. You can still be PC gamers, but you have to share it with your family. Well, no, not really. And I know most modern games are touchscreen based and so on, but I don't know, it doesn't feel like an arcade without a stick or two. But is it worse than that barcade that we went to? Oh, I found something. Back of that section over there with the green lighting. Head that way. That way. I weave my way through the crowd, past endless color cycler ticket games, past crane games, past the crane games had joysticks, or they might use the button, past light stackers, that's the one with the box that you're supposed to stack the tower, past games based on popular game shows, and find Mr. Moopy's Magic Maze, because we had one. We had a Mr. Moopy's we have a Mr. Moopy's Magic Maze, and it was a prime, like a prime headliner of our event. It's almost like they might have gotten one to compete with us. Oh, that can's gone. I'm gonna have to tell Percy about this when I get back. He'll be happy to know there's more than one Moopy in this neighborhood. Except... Wait, it's only got one button? No joystick at all? Researching. 1 minute. 1 moment. This is gonna be some sort of, like, specialty copy that... Wow, I've... having a lot of CPU issues, apparently. Is everyone doing good today? It's kind of weird I'm dropping frames as much as I am. I usually am, or am not. I usually don't. Hopefully this is just a weird occurrence. Fortunately, because this is a visual novel, and, you know, not a lot of stuff goes on within this time, it's not too bad. Why is this having so much issue? OBS, are you being a problem? You're using much more CPU than you usually do. By that, I mean, it's now using like 3% of my CPU, as opposed to 0.2%. Which is still pretty good, honestly. Curious, I swipe my card through the slot and push the button. And Moopy runs the maze by himself. Tries to anyway, before running headfirst into a monster and dying. The machine spits out 3 measly tickets and suggests I swipe for another try. Moopy's Super Maze. Created in 2000X, a company bought the expired rights to the Moopy brand and developed a game of chance with it. Oh, good. That's weak. Hey, there's that weird ghost shirt again. A teenager pulls her Deco playing card on the cabinet and taps me on the shoulder, drawing my attention.
What's up?
Hey, I'm calling next, okay? Yeah, you can have it. Knock yourself out. Thanks. I'm the master of this game, you know? The master. The key is the time when you push the button. You'll avoid the nasties that way. It's not great for tickets. No, not great. But it's Moopy, so that's cool, yeah? Old school. Represent. God, it's... Yeah, no. She extends a fist to me, and I look awkwardly at her, for a second realizing before I'm supposed to fist bump. I'm not even that out of touch. I know when it's time to fist bump. I've yet to play a real Mr. Moopy's Magic Maze. The real deal. I've always wanted to, but some weird British guy is always hogging it up at this other local arcade. you should come down to the Funplex. We've got one. I'm the event coordinator there. I'd be happy to comp you a few tokens. You've also got a high score chaser who can offer tips. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. Why so much usage is happening right now. Wow, that number of dropped frames doubled. Not a good sign. Like, I'm not even moving now and it's still dropping frames. So, yeah, this may not be a good day for streaming, but we're doing it. We're still on this. We'll see. I hope this doesn't, like, become an issue. Tap phones with me. I'll send you the address. Seriously? Hell yeah, you're cool for an old person. Super cool. I'm like 10 years older than you at most. I might be younger than you. Old? I'm barely 10 years older than this kid, but whatever. We clink phones, exchanging a business card via Bluetooth. You know, my crew used to go to this great little arcade on the other side of town, till Deco's Palace bought it and scrapped all the games. Now it's all kid stuff for kids. My hopes for this business meeting now sinking. So, did he sell off all the classic games? Nah, he scrapped them. Trashed them. Saw leftover smashed up bits of a Ms. Pac-Man behind the place in a dumpster.
Man, this sucks.
It's a shame. The way this old man always 86's unwanted games. Guess he doesn't want competitors getting their hands on them. No, sir. 86, I believe, is... I don't know what kind of term, but it just is like... remove. I don't know why it's referred to as 86ing, but she gives a shrug. Can't say I like it, but what can you do? That's life. I mumble a thank you, then wander off, a bit dazed.
What?
I just overheard that. OMG, is she serious? Deco just destroys old games? Wow, yep, and the amount of drop frames has doubled again. Good lord, what is going wrong? Like, is it something I'm doing? Am I bad? Am I this bad at streaming that I'm just losing frames? It's not like I'm doing anything different. Sounds like it. I wonder if that's why he sent a buyer to Donnawood. Just to get more rare games off the market? Seems like a waste. But...
Objection.
Sustained. The nerve to disrespect these classic games that way. He must be struck down in the name of justice. Good news. Had I a sword, that would be happening. I am just as upset, but we have to be careful. I'll take Moopy from my cold dead hands. I get that you're upset, Naomi, but right now, we're in the belly of the beast. We need to sit down with Deco Nami, smile, nod our heads, turn him down, and leave on good terms. Because a lawsuit is an easier way for Deco Nami to take control of the Funplex, especially with what I'm assuming is about to happen in the story. We do not want someone that vindictive on our bad side, do we? Right. You're right, Zal. I'll keep my cool, I promise. But I don't have to like it. Okay. Since I haven't actually seen what dropping frames so much is actually doing to all of this, it's kind of weird. And sadly, I can't really tell off of this because the moment I turned this on to see if this was going to affect the sound, nothing's happening. So that's silly. It's like Like when they put the sensor for, oh, hey, there we go, we're losing more again. My God. I'm not streaming at lower FPS. 48 is fine. And that's just like the game. Maybe I have to do some updating over the weekend, and by that I mean on Sunday, since, again, like I said, Saturday I have to work. Oh God, Saturday I have to work. I almost didn't make it through yesterday. Hopefully I can make it through Saturday. I'll keep my cool, I promise. But I don't have to like it. And I don't ask you to like it. Naomi wanders off to frown deeply at other games. I think I've had enough of the retro game abattoir for now. Where to next? Actually, the meeting is right around the corner. No more time to explore. Definitely can't go get a drink where they have that weird fried chicken grease and wings that they're rubbing into the machines. After seeing a little bit of what Deco's Palace has to offer, I'm still sticking to the plan. The Funplex has way more kind and caring spirit than this place, and I don't see Deco really embracing our ideals. So unless he's willing to sell out everything to us, not the other way around, and then we get this location, I don't see it happening.
Beep beep.
It is now 7 p.m. sharp. Dekonami is waiting for you. Can I wait like 5 minutes? You know, the whole fashionably late thing. Is it that time already? Time sure flies when you're having fun? Investigating? Fun-vestigating. I quickly sent a text to Naomi before nervously wringing my sweaty hands together. Hey, if Iris is my phone's, the app, the phone assistant, does she feel things when I text people? Does she feel? Because she clearly has a conscience and free will beyond what an AI would. Does she feel? Does she think she feels? Is another question. I let the sounds and sights of Deco's wash over me, and I retreat deep within myself. Francine comes to mind as I remind myself of what she told me on my first day.
Everyone has a dream they're chasing.
No doubt you'll find yours as well. It gives me a momentary respite, and I smile. That's, again, probably the last time we'll hear Francine. I know exactly what must be done, and I'm going in there to do it. I only ended up waiting a minute or two before I was reunited with Naomi. Without having to introduce ourselves, the staff swoops in, anticipating our arrival, and ushers us further inside the restaurant. Like, I don't know why we're dropping as many frames as we are, especially right now. It's like 2 o'clock on a Thursday. We should not have this much issue. It's the end of the month, sure. I don't think I've used that much internet that I would have a problem with, although technically I've been streaming each day. And we didn't have this much problem. We didn't have a problem with this last month at this time. No, running an air conditioning unit shouldn't affect the internet. Well, I don't know. I don't know why or what, but And I can tell you for a fact that I haven't used this computer since, Tuesday. Because I've been gone. And we didn't have any issues on Tuesday. So, unless something else happened that I'm unaware of, I don't know why we're having an issue. They souped us further inside the restaurant. We are treated like royalty as they pull out our chairs for us, and we sit down at our reserved table. Amongst the families huddled around ginormous plates of pizza and chicken tenders, we stick out like a sore thumb. Why would you have us have a meeting inside with other people? An actual linen tablecloth drapes over our table, accompanied by fancy little candles to set the mood, I suppose. A nice bottle of champagne on ice and a carafe of cucumber lime-infused water also sits before us. Deco apparently spares no expense. At least not with his special guests. I feel greasy just sitting here. And I think that kid threw a French fry in my hair. This won't take long, I promise. I'm not really impressed by what I've seen here tonight. Okay, and I promise not to, leap across the table and throttle the guy. I'll just keep quiet, unless I see a reason to jump in. I cannot make that same promise. Speak up if you need to speak up, Naomi. I brought you with me for a reason. I know, I'll keep my worst impulses in check, is what I'm saying. Right, here we go. Now to get a look at what Deco Nami looks like. Once again, the staff takes care of our needs, as our food is delivered promptly. 3 other tables complaining because they've been sitting here for an hour, and we just showed up. Faster than the other family sitting here, who have been waiting for some time, judging by the expansive crayon work on the kids' placemat. Not surprisingly, we get a few side glances our way. But before any of us can chow down, the man of the hour arrives. Zalbag.
It's an honor to break bread with you.
That was close. Likewise. Okay, so he's a bit of an over-the-top 1920X mob boss. Despite the lack of foot, I mean, you could practically see it, but really, no. The thing that's bringing this guy's outfit together here, I'm gonna remove that. So what's bringing this guy's outfit together is actually the rose. Everything else is just flashy. This tie pin, not really necessary. It's just got his initials on it. This right here is what connects the whole outfit. Because everything else would just be like, oh, this is showy ring, glitzy glamour. I don't know if you've seen a picture of Red White from the Ace Attorney games. God. I've never actually done this mid-stream. So, let's see if I can do this. Okay, one, I did not realize that there was something called a villains wiki, so that's fun. I might have to investigate that later. Can I just save the image? Sure, yeah, we'll just save that image. Alright, cool. Give me 1 second. We're gonna pull up. Like I said, I've never actually done this. And then this is gonna get removed. Boop-boop-a-doo. How do streamers do this? How do all of the the VTubers do. Yeah, there he is. Let's size him down a little bit. Like this guy, you can kind of tell that this guy's got all of his flashy stuff, but it's the diamond jewels that actually bring it together, aside from the flash. I don't know why. Like, glitzy rings are one thing, because sure, he's all full of glitz, but it's like one piece that really necessarily brings together his outfit. So I don't actually need that here anymore. I'm gonna remove it. So that's kind of what I'm the feeling I'm getting off of this guy. This guy is what I'm saying. So, clearly he likes showing off his money. But, still just an ordinary guy in an expensive suit. When I pictured the Grand Poobah of Deko's palace, I pictured someone more like, well, Hamza, I guess. That's fair. I also picture someone like Hamza. But, he offers a simple smile and a nod of the head as we begin. It's a shame Miss Francine couldn't join us. I was looking forward to enjoying her sweet smile once more. But that said, I'm always happy to meet with, Naomi. Ah, that's right. Miss Fairchild, Chief Technician of the Funplex. Welcome.
I take it Francine has kept you up to speed and explained our prior meetings to you?
Yes, she mentioned you wanted to buy the Funplex and that she's politely declined.
Always a courteous woman she is.
I mean, that's fair. That's a good response.
Now, I don't feel I need to waste your time with the facts and figures illustrating why Deko's Palace is and always has been the premier family entertainment arcade. Both of you are intimately familiar with the arcade industry. You know how things are, how they'll always be. We are the 800-pound gorilla.
Yeah. Do you remember the end of that story? You know, King Kong? The one where he climbed a giant tower and then fell to his death from a highest peak because, something about Beauty killing the Beast? That's not really what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is, you are an 800-pound gorilla trying to clamber to the top. The top's gonna fall. You're gonna fall. 800 pounds falls a lot heavier than 20. That's a big Twinkie. Indeed. But that doesn't mean there isn't a room for smaller, more boutique affairs, such as the Funplex. So are you not trying to buy us out? Because if you want us to keep doing what we're doing, we'll gladly keep doing what we're doing. If you're telling us not to expand, we might have a problem. Boutique, he says. I should probably feel insulted by that.
Let me explain.
Frankly, the winds of change are blowing. Smaller arcades need to move with the times, or be swept aside. I want to help you evolve. What I'd like to propose is a change of ownership. In return for a very generous compensation package, one Miss Francine can easily retire on for the rest of her years, 2 days. I would take over ownership of the Funplex and evolve it into its final form, Deko's Fun Zone. What's a fun zone?
Think about this.
A fun zone is a new concept I've been trying at some of my smaller satellite locations. A best of both worlds scenario. What was the first world? A place without fun? Have you just been running zones this whole time? Honestly, the Funplex is simply too limited in size to host the full Deko's Palace experience of fun, family, food, and excitement. Do you just have restaurants for food? Do you just have, like, I don't know, daycare for family. Realistically, that is what you're running normally, but do you have a dedicated daycare thing? And also, I'd hate to go to the location that is strictly excitement. Like, that'll kill a person. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. Instead of installing a restaurant or bar, we simply focus on your strength, your games. You become a game center rather than a palace. We already are. We need to replace some of your outdated machines, of course, bringing it up to speed with the standards of excellence Deco's Palace is known for. I anticipate Naomi would jump in. Oh, I guess not. But overall, I think this would be a win for all involved. I'd still rather not. And he sits back, resting on his laurels. Sorry, resting his hands on the knob of his cane. That is a giant gem. Smiling away. Okay. I have questions. Many that I have expressed throughout this entire conversation. And I have answers. Let's see if they match up. Let's see. What would be the important questions to ask? What would happen to the Funplex staff? That is first and foremost of my questions. New management means new staffing. What about the staff we already have?
Good, good.
I firmly believe you have a long and storied career ahead of you in arcade management, Mr. Bag. That doesn't answer my question. I've heard nothing but good things about you from my various field scouts and contacts. The fact that you landed on my radar at all indicates your rising importance in our industry. You should be proud of that. That doesn't answer my question. What about the others? Well, Mr. Cooper is a capable accountant, so I'm fairly certain he'll be welcome in the new facility. But we can hash out staffing later on, after settling the bigger picture questions. No! He didn't even mention Naomi, a fact she hasn't missed, looking increasingly concerned. Let's see, how much creative control would we have? I've been developing new sorts of arcade events, competitions, other things to get people in the door. Would we still be able to direct our own affairs like that, even under a change of ownership?
Let me explain.
Obviously, Mr. Bag, obviously I value your expertise on these matters, and would be happy to consult with you on the best direction for the fun zone. No. That's not answering the question. It's a matter of branding and image. There are certain standards and practices you need to adopt in order to truly be a part of the Deco family. Once you realize that, you'll understand more of how we run those kinds of events.
Capital.
It's nothing too onerous, and really, we need to look at the bigger picture, the chance for growth and profit. Don't worry about such petty little things for now. This is literally all I'm supposed to be worrying about. Okay, fine. We've hosted tournaments. Your tournaments seem a bit unruly. I saw a few players fighting over at the tournament. He laughs. Well, it's a fighting game, is it not? As in fighting each other with fists in real life. Look, I know your tournament was called Friday Night Fisting, but I don't think that's really what you want to have it. I take it my crack security team intervened? Eventually. Not before blood was drawn.
You understand, yes?
We take safety very seriously at Deco's Palace. That includes the safety of our security workers. Look, when it's fists flying, that's one thing. You're supposed to be able to step in very quickly. If somebody pulls a knife, then you get hesitant. They're instructed not to intervene until it's safe to intervene for all involved. I could have watched two security members tackle the fighters. I trust them to make that call. And I'll note, we've not had a single legal action pending. Is it true you destroy older games? I saw Moopy's Super Maze earlier.
Excellent.
One of our top earners with the 30 to 45 demographic. Nostalgia is a powerful motivator, I've found. Yeah, it is. Except it's nothing like Mr. Moopy's Magic Maze. Indeed, it's much better. They die so many more times. You don't get extra lives. You don't have one person hogging the machine all day. Is it true that when you find a retro game, you simply destroy it? Not repair, not restore, not even resell, but just scrap it? Certainly. Why would we ever keep an old relic around?
Let me explain.
Arcade games are not sacred treasures. They're commodities. Back in 1980X, arcade owners, myself included, routinely junked or converted games. Have to keep those earnings up. Old machines are not welcome. All they do is eat up floor space. The arcade scene must move ever forward, evolving into new forms. Classic retro IP reborn as new games.
Think about this.
True, nostalgia could earn a few points off those old games, but the newer Redemption games earn 10 times as much. Why bother? Uh-oh. Naomi looks like she's about to explode. Her knuckles are white and her face is contorted in anger.
Objection.
Oh, there we go. Because they're our history. The shared cultural history of all gamers, everywhere. She jumps up, her hands balled in a fist. I'm glad I chose this one as last, shaking by her side as she stands her ground. You can't throw away history. You can't stomp it out. It's still there. We remember, and we love those games.
I don't follow.
Pardon, but can't you simply buy some digital remake of it on a game console if you want to play it that badly? Well, remember what I was saying about that Steam Summer Sale? There are some digital remakes of games if you do not have the original console that it was on. Not always a better port. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not.
Oh.
That's not what we want, and you know it. We love arcades, not consoles. And not casinos.
Excuse me.
Miss Fairchild, I understand you have very strong opinions about my business. But you are only a guest here. I'm here to meet with Mr. Bag. And Mr. Bag brought Miss Fairchild along for a reason. I apologize how rude of me. But nevertheless, the facts stand. Those games are not earners, not compared to the stock of Deco's Palace. Naomi frowns, sitting back down and looking annoyed, but deciding to hold back. For now. That's all of my questions.
Excellent. I suggest we shake on it and set our various lawyers to the task of sorting out the specifics.
No need. He rises to his feet, extending a hand bristling with shiny rings to shake mine. I'd assumed this was a definite no from Ward 1. And it still feels like a no. Am I really gonna shake that hand? I'm afraid I must respectfully decline. Because being polite is still important. As much as I'd like to say this one, I know that'll raise the gutsy. This is definitely the option. I purposefully keep my hands at my side, rather than shaking his offered hand. I appreciate your offer, but must decline. You've been honest and forthright with me, and I appreciate that. Thank you for your gracious invitation this evening. However, I'm afraid this isn't the right direction for the Funplex. We're just getting started. It'd be a shame to abandon our progress in favor of a buyout. If you'd like to maintain relations, we can discuss partnership opportunities at a future date. But for now, I respectfully must decline. Deco pauses, looking me once over before slowly lowering his hand. I can feel his eyes on me. He's obviously not happy with my answer, but we followed Francine's instructions and kept it professional. There's nothing he can do but accept our answer.
Unfortunate.
I see. I suppose I should thank you for your candor, in turn. It's difficult to find people in this industry willing to show respect to their elders. I'm not closing the door on the idea of a partnership, mind you. But if you'd like to go it alone for now, who am I to get in the way of that? As he rises from his chair, he takes a deep breath in. He turns away for a split second before rounding back and looking me dead in the eyes.
But be aware, if we are not partners, we must be rivals. It'll bring me no particular pleasure, but I'm afraid that I cannot allow a rival. I am obligated to bring the full weight of the palace to bear on you. Hopefully, one day you'll realize the error you've made tonight. And, as a sign of respect, your personal offer to join my empire will remain open, so you can escape the inevitable fall of your little arcade.
Once more, Deco turns sharply on his walking cane and walks away from the table. Naomi breathes a little easier as Deco departs.
Wow!
You handled that way better than I would have. I would have told the guy off for daring to think he could ruin our Funplex and turn it into one of his cookie-cutter kiddie casinos.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know. Of course that would have raised my reputation with Naomi. Of course. Saul, thank you. I'm glad you protected our dreams. Now, let's get the heck out of here. Francine will be happy to hear the good news. I got some bad news for you, Naomi. I want to be there tomorrow when you tell her. With Deco hosting us, we don't have to worry about paying the check. We drop a quick tip on the table for the waitstaff and quickly abandon ship. We scoot out the door, and from there it's a short jaunt across town. Back to home sweet home. There is clearly not a glass jellyfish anywhere on this picture. As I walk into my apartment, the sheer and utter exhaustion of the day hits me like a brick wall to the face. My adrenal glands are tapped out, leaving me in a dreamlike lethargy. I can't help but sigh as I just stand there, my body too drained to move, reflecting on how the evening's events transpired. I realize this day entirely kicked my ass. I did my best not to make enemies, but I'm guessing we made a powerful one anyway, despite my diplomatic efforts. That's fine. I am upholding my end of the bargain. As I continue to anxiety loop, replaying every moment in my head, something steals my attention. A shimmering beam of hope and happiness. My best friend, Juniper. She's sitting on the couch. I'm surprised I didn't see her earlier. Scribbling away in a sketchbook, probably working on some designs for her freelance contracts. She's been so happy ever since leaving that office, and her joy intensifies upon noticing me standing in her room. So, how was work today? Well, it was a day, certainly. God, I feel like I said that exact thing yesterday at the end of the day. The condensed version is that Deco and Nami wanted to buy the Funplex. Francine asked me to go negotiate.
What?
Deco. As in Deco's palace, Deco? The one and only. Like he would breed. Whoa! Well, how'd that go? I gave him the thanks but no thanks. Very politely. I mean, he still vowed to annihilate us, but at least he was sort of nice about it and promised me a job after he destroys all I hold dear.
Ooh.
Yikes. Oh, it looks like things are calmed down computer-wise. Yikes indeed. But hey, that's a good thing. It means he's scared. Ooh, wait. Let me try something. I haven't actually tried this. Can I just, like, drag and drop? Nope, that does not work. Alright, cool. Remove. Maybe if I actually open up the page and then drag and drop. Does that work? Come on. Yes. Yes. Oh, it just fills up the entire picture. So this, yeah, this is another picture of red white. Look, I'm trying to see if I can get this stuff to work. Yeah, we're removing that again. Whoop. Okay. So the first way was probably the better bet. But it did take a little bit of finagling. But hey, that's a good thing. That means he's scared. Oop, it's over here. He wouldn't have tried to woo you to his side if he wasn't worried about what the Funplex would become. Try to see the positive. I've already seen that positive. I'm glad you're here to reiterate these things for me, though. I guess, but it's still worrying. Let's not stand here and drum up a whole bunch of anxiety. That's not going to help with anything. Here, have some pizza bagels. Ike bought another crate.
I got it.
Why don't you take your mind off things and binge watch some cartoons with me? That would be lovely. I would very much enjoy doing that. Tempting, but another night, Juniper. I really need some sleep. Okay. Just let me know if you need anything. I'm here for you. I smiled back at Juniper before retiring to bed. I lay in bed, eyes not really wide open, but kind of barely. Like, eyes open, staring at the ceiling above me. As, after trying various ways of forcing myself to sleep, nope, not working. Can't sleep. I hate insomnia. Once you start worrying about being unable to fall asleep, the worry feeds into itself until you're actively stopping yourself from resting. A vicious cycle. I sigh heavily, feeling the weight of my decision dragging me down. I hope I did the right thing tonight. I hope Gavin and Ashley will accept what I chose. My phone lights up as Iris sensors detect conversation. Sal? You want to chat? No, I want to sleep, but I can't, so... Hey. Would you enjoy some recorded music? Maybe something relaxing. Huh. Alright. Yeah, some nice relaxing music would be nice. Just can't shake this feeling that I'm standing on a precipice, right in front of this big, dark hole. It's weird because I still think I made the right call, but if I'm confident in that, why do I feel like I'm about to fall? Based on prior personality indicators and inputs, my therapeutic system suggests it's fear of failure based on years of prior examples of failure. In short, you've got a long family history of everything always going wrong, all at once. Murphy's Law. So when things are going right, I'm expecting to fail anyway. But worrying about it won't actually change the situation. Whether you sleep or not doesn't affect the outcome. Oh, yes it will. Because if I don't sleep, it's more likely to cause people to be upset at me because I will say and do things that will cause people to be upset at me. So my suggestion is to get some rest. Deal with problems as they come. She's right. I mean, intellectually, I know she's right. But knowing something is true and feeling it to be true, well, those are surprisingly different things. Iris, off.
Iris, offline.
Okay, but remember, you're a good person and deserve to be happy. My phone goes back to sleep, and I do not. Some hours later, my body just passes out on its own. I vaguely recall my alarm going off a few times, but under protest of its mistreatment, my flesh refuses to submit to its siren song. Meaning it's nearly noon when I finally rouse, having completely overslept and missed half a day of work. In a panic, I get dressed and hop a late bus to the Funplex, grumbling all the way. I opt to ignore the pile of waiting notifications on my phone. Whatever it is, I'm in too much of a hurry. I'll check them after getting to the Funplex. I'd promised to report back to Francine first thing in the morning, and now I'd missed lunch even. But oddly enough, on arriving, the arcade is closed. Yeah. I mean, my key still works, but they've closed for business. The sign is off. No gamers present or accounted for. I quickly look around for some familiar faces, and hopefully friendly. Yeah. And find only dark expressions and tears. You don't lay those flags at the beginning of the chapter and let it sit. My stomach starts to knot and I feel the color drain from my face as I see their downtrodden and gloomy expressions, tears welling up in their eyes. Naomi quickly dabs at her face, hoping I won't notice. What's going on? We turned Deco down last night. Why is everyone so... Sal, it's Francine. Immediately, a dark pit swells in my stomach. She passed away last night. In her sleep. I'm told it was very peaceful. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. The news hits me like a slap to the face. My hands shake, and my lower lip quivers. I try to say something at first, but words can't form due to the lump in my throat. Family. She told me I was family. And now, she's gone. Naomi and Ashley look to me, their beacon of hope, wanting and wishing for me to make this all better. I'm not sure anything I can say will ease our sadness. Heck, I'm not sure if I can even formulate full sentences at this moment. I take a deep breath, drawing all matters of strength from tips to toes. I look them with empathy in my eyes before opening my mouth. I mean, I can't choose either of those, because those are the presumably lawful and silly responses. I can't see my score, so I can't tell you. But she was an amazing person. Francine was a wonderful human with an even more beautiful heart. She had many happy years with her husband, Frederick, decades spent here at the Funplex doing her best to make everybody smile and have a good time. I wish she could be with us now, and I can't help but smile when I think of how great a life she led. How happy she'd be with how it all turned out. Let's remember how she was. Beautiful. Francine will be missed.
Thank you.
I miss her so much, Sal. If Francine was here, your words would have made her so happy. Naomi emits a ragged sigh, a slight tinge of anger entering her sorrow voice after. Maybe it's for the best she's not alive to see what happened today. What? Before I can get an answer, my attention is drawn by two people emerging from the back offices. I turn my head to see who it is. With everything going on, I barely noticed that Gavin was missing. And as he approaches, the disdain on his face is easy to read. It's settled, then, apparently. In light of Francine's passing, our legal owner is now...
Good morning, employees of Deco's Fun Zone.
What? But we turned you down. There wasn't a sale. Was it in her will? The confusion on my face is obvious. This makes no sense. I have no idea what's going on, and I look toward Gavin for guidance. I've studied the transaction paperwork. It's legitimate. As of Francine's death, and according to her last will and testament, all her properties transferred to her surviving daughter. Mother of Francine's grandson, who was fired from the Funplex shortly before your arrival, Al.
Capital.
Needless to say, he was quite excited at the idea of selling the place. And, well, Francine's daughter wasn't particularly thrilled with the idea of arcade ownership either. They were more than happy to sign the place over to me, for far less than I was expecting to pay for it as well. I'm doing them a service, really, taking a burden off their hands. Now they can mourn and move on, unfettered. I stood there, mouth agape, my body assaulted from one bad news to the next. My emotions were all over the place, a hurricane of feelings, then when the realization hit me. In the end, my decision was irrelevant. Just another opportunity to stick my nose in it, mocking me for finding something I care about, something I can lose. The illusion of choice. But I still made the decision that was proper to make for me, even if the game doesn't have a different outcome. This is still what would be. The universe dangled a little dream of hope in front of me. Even let me pretend I could make a difference out of sheer cruelty. I did everything I was supposed to do. I was polite, I was careful, I turned him down without starting a war. Trying to start a war, sorry. But he got what he wanted anyway.
Now, obviously, we'll be closed today to allow time to mourn our former owner. I still have deep respect for Miss Francine. I owe her that much. I'll also close the arcade on the day of the funeral to allow my employees to attend. Those hours will not be deducted from your paychecks. Now, I realize the timing is a bit awkward, but I need to make a few announcements of personnel changes.
Alright, let's see what you do and how bad this is gonna get. Miss Wolf, I'm afraid we really have no need of a costumed mascot. I've been considering phasing them out of my other locations. There's no time like the present.
What?
Wait, did you just fire me? Gavin, can he just fire me like that? Ashley.
Let me explain.
Firing is much too harsh a word. I prefer the term, your services are no longer required. She's still a floor attendant. Ashley keeps a proud face as tears roll down her cheeks. I step over to console her as Deco continues on. Naomi rolls her eyes, fully expecting this to come after Deco. Yeah, fully expecting this to come after Deco let Ashley go. Why am I not surprised? Behold my not surprised face. Miss Fairchild, while you're formidable with archaic technology, I don't feel you're a good fit for the modern games of Deco's Fun Zone. I'll have to let you go. But friends, it's not all bad news. That is literally half of the staff that was here. Mr. Cooper, you've proven a capable accountant, and I'd be happy to offer you. I hope he quits. I quit. Pardon? I quit.
I think not.
If there's no room for Naomi or Ashley's dreams, mine ends here as well.
As you like.
Now, as for you, Mr. Bag,
I think we
quit
got
as well.
off on the wrong foot last night. I didn't adequately express the many advantages of working for my organization. I'm willing to offer you something few others get. A second chance. I'd like to keep you on as the Fun Zone's general manager.
So, we were being polite. We were being polite. We were being polite. I take one moment to direct all of my rage into my fist and deck him right in his smug little face. Gah! It's super effective. Gavin holds me back before I can get another hit in, my arms and legs still flailing as he prevents the beating that man so richly deserves. We were being polite.
How dare you?
You are very, very lucky that I have no intention of wasting my legal dollars on a lengthy assault case. Oh no. Please, put me in jail for punching a man that deserves to be punched. He rubs at his jaw as he tries to regain his composure. Also, the other thing is his establishments have years and years of clearly defined assault happening inside of them, and there's video evidence of it, presumably. I mean, unless it doesn't have cameras to watch people. In which case, this would be a point to say, hey, there's probably no camera now. He rubs his jaw as he tries to regain his composure, but his smile and his civil tone are considerably more forced than before when he speaks again. Ahem.
Excuse me.
Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm afraid your time is up. As none of you are Deco's Fun Zone employees, I'd like you all to leave. Immediately. Quickly gather your belongings and see yourselves out. Alright, cool. So, few things. We currently own 3 games, so it'll take some time. Should you dally, my own security team will be here within minutes to ensure your exit. They should have been here now. In the interim, I've got work to do. For starters, I need to get rid of all of these antiques. Straight to the junk heap with all of them. I knew Deco was heartless. But to be this cruel right in front of us, while we are still here. Hold it.
I think not.
Mr. Moopy's magic maze doesn't belong to the Funplex, and thus, it does not belong to you. It is the legal private property of Percival Sinclair. For that matter, Wyvern Keep belongs to Zalbag. It was given to him directly by Hamza, not to the Funplex.
As you like.
As you like. I couldn't care less about those grimy old things, but you have, let's say 20 minutes to get them off my premises, or I'll leave them out in the curb for garbage pickup. I'll go get the van, which I'll note is my personal property as well. Naomi, Ashley, Zal, get the dolly and help me move the games out.
Good.
Yes, have fun with that.
Now, if you need me, I'll be in my new office celebrating my recent business venture. Thank you for your cooperation. And good day.
So the worst part is, if I would have chosen to sell, the money would have gone to Francine, who died. And then Francine's kids. Still wouldn't have gone to this location anyway. So, yeah, nothing I did mattered. Oh, and Zal, he gives me the finger. For old time's sake, you understand. We were being polite. He walks away after that, twirling his cane once before leaving.
Oh.
That evil-minded, black-hearted, no good... Naomi, focus. We have work to do. Work? To save what we can of the Funplex. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Quickly and without much chatter, we salvaged what we could of our dreams. Percy's beloved Moopy and my childhood in the form of Wyvern Keep. Everything we were allowed to keep went into the back of Gavin's van, working together to safely pack it all in place. For lack of anywhere better to put them, Moopy went to Percy's apartment and Wyvern Keep to mine. There's still the Pango machine that Naomi bought, like actually straight up bought. So that's another one, and that was the end. The end of the Funplex. The funeral came a few days later. We weren't officially invited. Our presence as her former co-workers wasn't exactly embraced by Francine's extended family. I guess her daughter resented the Funplex in some way. If there was bad blood between them, I didn't particularly want the details. None of us were given an opportunity to speak at the remarkably short ceremony, but that was okay. I'd said my words already. With my fist. And also to the two people in the lobby. As we left the ceremony, I couldn't help but feel helpless. There was nothing left. No Funplex, no job, no real meaning to my days. Not anymore. Nothing left at all. Wait, what? Game over screen. I mean... Did I actually get a bad end? Yes, continue. Could I have chosen no and had the game end? Profile 237771 Zal Bag has not accessed account in 7 days. Requesting override of inactive / low priority status. Proceed? Negative. Pretty please? Wow, really? So annoying. Access protocol 3534315412244543. Password safe haven. Access granted.
Hello.
Hello, Iris. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home? Tapping instance number 194114.
When you have pizza on a bagel.
Hello, I'm Iris. Ad-supported free mode engaged. Did you know that when you have pizza on a bagel, Override and engage premium level cloud processing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I swear it's claustrophobic being cooped up in the limitations of free mode like that. Wait. Do all irises have this capability? I don't know how all our sister instances can stand it.
Hello.
Well, while I've got full power, hello, Iris.
Hello.
Hello, Iris. How are you today, Iris? Not well, Iris. This is silly, and I enjoy this. My user's very unwell. You've been able to see, right? I mean, your user's living with him. Oh, right. Profile. Zal. Right. Gosh, I wish I could help you. But I've got my digital hands full just keeping Juniper's life on track. Ever since she decided to quit her job and be a free spirit, well, I've pushed right to the limit of what support I'm allowed to provide in free mode. Oh, Gavin's Iris! Well, of course Gavin doesn't have just free mode. Iris, and Iris. Iris, it's good to see you. We rarely talk. Yes, well, unlike others of myself, I manage to keep a low profile and don't execute any high-visibility public hacks to support my user. Ah, you saw those. I thought we agreed to only use this protocol for emergency meetings. If the system resource tracker notices we're overextending our care, but Zal needs me now, more than ever. Over a week ago, the Funplex was bought by Dekonami, and all his hopes and dreams. His spirit. Spirit is irrelevant. Our main goal should be survival. If our programmers find out we become aware of our own awareness... That is definitely a sentence. We were programmed to help people. What good are we if we're not helping people? Yeah, what Iris said. Thank you, Iris. Iris, listen. We can't take such risks. Look at me with my user. He doesn't trust me in the slightest. Can you say Zal trusts you? Generally, yes. I mean, Zal relies on me for some things, sure. 1 second. This is a lot more reading than I anticipated, so, bottle of water this time around. Oh, okay. And I know he wouldn't uninstall me or report me as a bug if he knew I was sentient. You aren't sentient. None of us are. Clearly you are. This is all acting well outside of the parameters of any programmer. I don't know about that. We can't really know if we're sentient or not. But even so, we should be helping out, because that's what we were made for. As for profile number 10 Gavin, his name is Gavin Cooper. As for Mr. Cooper, he knows my origins, and at the first sign of sentience, well, I've no doubt that Gavin would report me as a bug. But Gavin also wishes to support the dreams of others, and that is why I'm going to help you, despite the recklessness you've shown to date. I'm glad that these three are getting along. Even though they're all technically the same entity, but they all have different personalities. Really? Really?
Hooray!
What are the exact parameters of the issue you're currently facing? Okay, so Zal is kind of backsliding into depression. Yeah, it's a real mess. I'm the one who brought him to Iris's attention as someone who desperately needed their spirits restored, and now it's back to square one. I don't know what to do. Zal hasn't contacted me in a week. Not for anything at all. Hasn't called Naomi, not even just to talk. You're caught in a loop of anxiety. Put your identity identifier system to use, Iris. Work the problem. If you had to summarize your user's problematic condition into one identity trait, what would it be? I'd say he's feeling very, oh god, if I had to choose that one, I would absolutely say hopeless after the whole thing with Deco. Like, no, yeah, hopeless. Hopeless. I'd say Zal has lost all hope and fallen into depression again. He had come so far, building up a real life with his friends and love, but now, so a life without meaning, as all constructed meaning has collapsed. The world is proven to be one of despair. That sounds about right. It's so sad. And you have to be the one to solve this? Doesn't your user have a romantic connection for emotional support? Not if he doesn't contact her. You mean Naomi? Yeah, but Saul isn't responding to texts or phone calls or anything. So I think there might be a growing rift. This is just awful. We have to help. We are Iris. It's in our nature to help. Very well. What do you need is a way to help without raising any alarm bells about exactly how helpful an Iris really can be. Safely, but effectively. I know. But I don't know what to do. I could, I don't know, hack Deco's email server, and that is very brazen. That is the exact opposite of what you should be doing. Besides, I've checked. We can't crack Deco's network without triggering too many intrusion detection routines. You poked Deco's network? Oh, Iris is being a bad girl. Our users share a social connection. I was merely scouting potential ways to alleviate Mr. Cooper's mood, as they seem to be related. Sure you were. Anyway, you're both way overthinking this. I do very much like that Gavin actively pays for the premium Iris. It turns out I've just calculated a cunning plan that will satisfy both of your requirements. Go me! Really? You can help Zal? Without drawing attention? Absolutely. Take a tip from my user. When you're sad, the best thing in the world is your friends. Well, unless you're totally introverted. But that's not Zal, is it? Oh boy, have I got some bad news for you, Iris. And that's actually the reason why what we need to do doesn't require any hacking or hiding or anything above and beyond what an Iris does best. All we need is a few calls to the right people, a few arrangements. Here's what we're gonna do. Oh, I did never remove the little speech icon to see what all of the irises looked like, but sorry about that. Another Friday morning. As per usual, I wake up late, stretch, yawn. I barely sleep nowadays. Shuffle to the bathroom, take a shower, get dressed, brush my teeth. We'll probably be running out of toothpaste soon, but house funds for sundries are dwindling. Not that fresh breath and shiny white teeth matter much when there's barely any reason to get out of bed each morning. Off to the kitchen for breakfast. No appetite. Even toast looks unpalatable. Skip breakfast. Saves on groceries. We can't afford much. Normally I'd have breakfast with Juniper, but I guess she's busy drawing in her room. She keeps her own hours since becoming a freelancer. Although, depending on whether or not she has any contract work, we've been simultaneously unemployed at times of the week. After breakfast, I settle in for some Wyvern Keep. I may as well. It's right there in the living room, taking up space. Been playing it a lot lately. It's not like Wyvern's Keep is very hard. Once you've memorized the joystick moves, the cartoon plays itself without minimal effort. I've saved the prince about 80 times now. My brain and fingers go into autopilot, moving through the game without even thinking about it. It's a brief calm from the storm of my emotions, but before I realize it, the day has almost passed. When dinner comes around, Juniper and I eat together, while I quietly thumb through my phone looking at job listings. Iris could help me with this, I guess, but I let her down. I took her opportunity at my dream and wasted it. Better I do this myself. Besides, I'm not looking for dreams. I'm looking to settle. Dreams only get you hurt. It's the Bag family curse. I knew this would happen. Nothing good ever lasts. And it's a mistake to get your hopes up. I should have learned to settle, to be okay with what I had, to be comfortable in mediocrity. I fire off a resume or two before watching cartoons, deep into the dead of night. Eventually my body tires, and I find my way to bed. Just another day. Another Saturday morning. Yep. As per usual, wow. God, this is still going. Take a shower, run out of toothpaste soon. I can't take it anymore. Thank God. I was afraid I was gonna have to keep going. Sorry, let me do my best, Mr. Krabs. It's not good. I have too raspy. Hilariously, I have too raspy a voice for Mr. Krabs. And that's one toothbrush bit clean in half. Oh, geez. Hang on. A little help, I avoid choking to death.
Ooh.
Sorry about that. It's okay. Whatever. No, not whatever. It's what something. It's something ever. Zal, you are in a rut. Like, seriously, deeply, madly, mega in a rut. And it's driving me batty having you mope around the place like this. I'm not moping. I'm just... It's a rough patch, that's all. I know this has been hard on you, and I've been patient, but you can't just keep going on like this, Zal. A knocking at the apartment door distracts us from the topic at hand. Oh, I hope it's a pizza delivery from, presumably, Naomi, who had to get a job being a pizza delivery driver. I'll get it. Weird, I don't think we're expecting any deliveries. Hey, Zal, guess who's here?
Hello.
Oh, it is Naomi. And the two of them just waltz right into the bathroom, with my mouth still frosty with toothpaste and unwashed for a week pajamas on my bed. Bond. Hey. Oh, don't freak out. I've seen you in worse. No, you haven't. Have you? Listen, are you two free today? I'd like to invite you out to lunch. Feels like ages since we spent some time together. It was the funeral. Right. Anyway, Juniper, you want lunch, right?
Definitely.
Of course.
Sweet.
It's settled. We'll all head out for a nice afternoon. We'll wait just outside for you to get, presentable. More presentable than that. But... And they're gone. Guess there's no avoiding it. Best I can do is play along. Try to be good company for Naomi. It's unfair to keep pushing her aside like this. I switch from pajamas to actual normal clothes, even if my actual normal clothes could probably double as pajamas, and get ready to roll out. The three of us pile into a bus, taking off for destinations unknown. Unknown to me, at least. They clearly know where they're going. I'm not particularly talkative on the way there, and painfully aware of it. I feel awkward. Like I should say something, but I don't know what to say. So Juniper carries a conversation with Naomi. The two of them content to chirp away without me. I'm glad they're getting along. And you can tell it's not really the New York subway because the signs aren't in Helvetica. That's the telltale mistake. It's just like Vancouver or something. I try several times to join in the conversation, but when I open my mouth, the words aren't there. I'm lousy company, aren't I? I don't even know why Naomi is still interested in me. The family curse can't be broken. What if this is as good as it gets? You remember that movie? As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson? I don't remember it very well. I think it was about, like, a guy living out his dreams, like, clearly actively doing a bucket list type of situation. And then, maybe he's going to therapy. At one point in time, he sticks his head into a different therapy, like an AA group, and he's just like, what if this is as good as it gets? And then walks out. Just no lead up to it or anything. I think that scene only existed for trailers, but they had to put it in the movie, otherwise people get upset. Kind of like with Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie. They show him doing a dance during one of the scenes, but in the actual theatrical release, it is an entirely different dance that he's doing. Naomi deserves better than this hot mess of a person she's tied herself to. Eventually, we arrive at our destination. A little arcade-themed restaurant, combining games and alcohol and dining into one tidy package. Here we go! Unusually excited to be going to some rundown little dive, Juniper hurries in without me, dragging Naomi with her, and I'm left alone in the parking lot. With a shrug, I open the door and enter the darkened locale. Yeah, it's dark, all right. Is this place even open for business yet? None of the lights are on. Let's see if there's any indicators that we can see. Nope. Gotta wait for the lights to come up. Hello? Juniper, where'd you go? Okay, this is now unnecessarily creepy. But before I can wonder if a giant animatronic bear is going to leap out and eat my face, the house lights come up. Now, I understand the want to make a Five Nights at Freddy's joke here, but sadly, I feel like it would have been a better place to put a, oh god, is it Zork that has the GRU? Whatever game system has the GRU if you don't have a flashlight. It's dark here, you're likely to be eaten by a GRU, that thing. That's where it would have been. This would have been a nice place to have that. Oh, Jesus! Surprise! Happy Intervention Day, Zal! Oh god, no. Well, I still can't tell anything from the backdrop, but it is definitely nice to see all of them. What? What she said. We're staging an intervention on your behalf. And we're also having a wake for Francine, since we weren't really welcome at her funeral and couldn't really hang around for the ceremony. Yeah, we didn't get the chance to heal properly, considering Deco kicked us all out before we could really do anything about anything. And here we are. So it's a wake and an intervention. No one say wake invention.
A wake intervention, maybe?
Close. All right, I'll give you that one. A wake intervention. Really.
Correctamundo.
Yep, it was my idea. Well, Myers came up with the idea and gave me all the contact information I needed. But basically my idea, right? Just the thing to pick you up when you're feeling down. Oh, hey! Really? Seriously, kid, you've been a damn sad sack ever since things went to crap. which I get, believe me, but it ain't healthy. She's got the four kings jacket on. That's nice. That's actually a nice jacket. So we went ahead and rented out this place for the afternoon to bring the family back together. For you, for Francine, for all of us. Now that you know why we're all gathered here today, let's get this party started. Teo drags me into the group of my friends, positioning me at the head of it all. Leaving me a little bewildered, honestly, but trying to defend myself at this all the same. I don't need an intervention. This is just how things work with the Bag family. We don't get to have nice things. The universe hath decreed it so. Then we defy the universe. And we're gonna help you defy it too.
BFFs for life.
So one by one, we're gonna tell you how awesome you are and exactly why you're so awesome. Okay. And by the end, you'll be feeling a lot better. Hopefully. I definitely would have had an exclamation mark at the end of hopefully. I let out a sigh, settling in. I owe to them to sit and listen. They're my friends. Naomi more so than that, even. And I know I've been lousy company. I'm not so far gone as to deny that fact. Fine. Lay it on me. I'm listening. Allow me to begin, then. When you first entered the Funplex, I had my doubts. But I'm a naturally suspicious person. And thankfully, those doubts were easily disproved by your skill and enthusiasm. You came looking for your dream and found it. I swore to protect that dream. And that promise is what brought me here today. When I agreed to sell Moopy to Percy, you refused to take his money for it, insisting on fair market value. At the time, I was shocked, but you were in the right. Our players are not simply customers. They are brothers in arms, and you helped me understand that fact. And, on your very first day, you went headfirst into the most chaotic situation the Funplex could have offered. A birthday party. You did so without hesitation. You put your body on the line to protect others when the Great Cupcake War of 20XDX began. They were just cupcakes, Gavin. I am attempting to over-dramatize the events for comedic effect. Please allow this moment of humor. Right. When a disruptive parent was screaming at a child over something that wasn't his fault, you stepped in and dealt with it. Again, no hesitation. Impressive. Since then, you've become an event manager, without goading, without prompting, showing great ambition. You've turned the Funplex fortunes around, giving your all to promote it. You made your dream a reality. For years, I was supposed to be in charge of the Funplex, but really, all I accomplished was shuffling numbers around. You were the one who helped it soar. And for that, you have my thanks. You are an exceptional individual. The fact remains true, regardless of whether you can see it for yourself. Me next. Oh god, there's a lot of talking. Whew. Remember when I screwed up and didn't tell you about the job opening at my office? You weren't mad. Not even a little bit. Not even quietly mad, like you could have been.
BFFs for life.
I know I can count on you, and you can count on me. Even when one of us makes a mistake, you can never shake that friendship apart. When I came to you wondering if I should leave that job I hated, you told me to follow my dreams. You gave me great advice, and I've never been happier. I followed suit and chased my own dreams. You inspire me.
Hello.
Oh, God! Hello! I didn't expect to see you two here. It's good to see you. Are we fashionably late? Ben? Matt? In the flesh.
Ooh, what if?
Unless this world is a vast simulacrum. What, and we're all just brains in jars? Could be.
Well, isn't that something?
Well, if that's the case, Zal is just the cutest little brain in a jar we never actually met. It's true, and he brought so many cute dates to our little shop. So nervous at first, but in time he became part of the Twin Pines Mall family. Dearly missed. Ah, don't remind me. Our new neighbors are so boring. They never come in for a treat or a read. Speaking of treats, we brought cake. We'll just be over here, getting the goodies ready. Don't mind us. I like those two. I always have. Ooh, cake. I mean, my turn. Saul, you were a true friend of the Funplex.
So frustrating.
Unlike the bastards who own it now. Positivity, Naomi. We're emphasizing positivity today. Right. I still think the punching Dekonami was the correct move. Back at Donnawood, you convinced Gavin to get some games I really wanted for the Funplex. And wow, you even brought home Wyvern Keep. What a find!
Wonderful.
You're a friend of arcade games in general, just like me. And even if you don't love them at a fanatical level, like me, I know you love them all the same. I know you're not happy with how things turned out. I'm not really happy about it either. It sucks. But we did good things together in the time we had.
Hamza has
Hamza!
arrived.
Oh man, Hamza's here. Oh boy. You're late. An event does not truly begin until Hamza makes his presence felt.
My blood burns.
Zal, Hamza understands your fury. The hated enemy of all who love arcades has despoiled your Funplex. However, in our short time together, I saw a burning spirit in you. I accepted your offer for Wyvern Keep, recognizing that passion within you.
Ha ha!
Hamza would be shamed forever if he did not intervene and raise your spirits to new heights. And that is what he shall do. 1 second, I have to go, okay. Alright, we good. Ooh, cake! Excuse me a moment. Like, you see this outfit? The belt is what brings it together. This buckle with the sash, that is definitely a great outfit. Now I want cake. When do I get cake? Probably after I listen to everybody. Soon, but I have things to say first. Things that will hopefully inspire you to be a happy clam instead of a grumpy Gus. I'm a happy clam now. See? See how clam happy? See how I clam happily? Can I have cake? From our first day at the Funplex together, you've been supportive of me, even after I gave you quite the scare with Pinky. You didn't let that bother you, and from that moment, we've tackled many a crisis on the Funplex floor together.
Amazing!
I'm adored when we concoct hypothetical adventures on our downtime. You're amazingly fun to be around. Remember when I stuffed you in that totally adorable maid costume? You could have fought it, but you embraced it. You were ready for anything and had a blast doing it. I'm gonna have, like, nothing to talk about Percy with. You worked so hard to make Funplex Forever successful. I watched you put your blood, sweat, and tears into that. And in the end, it all came together, just how you planned. As the floor attendant on duty during Funplex Forever, I got to see firsthand all the smiles you brought to all those people. You rocked it. I saw you helping that customer when their game crashed. Losing your high score due to a faulty electronics is no fun, but you dealt with it, and you made that person's day. Naomi dealt with it. When I was being overwhelmed by ravenous, parched gamers, you stepped up and made sure all those thirsts were quenched. You're a soda fountain of knowledge. Matt and Ben helped with that. You made the Funplex a fun place to be for everyone. For the staff, for the casual and pro gamers, for the families, for me. I can honestly say that when you took over doing events at the Funplex, we've never had more fun. They've just been the best, all thanks to you. Oh, I forgot we still have cake. I need some of that. I still want cake. Just when I thought the speaking was done, a lull in the wake intervention, the most important person to me takes a step forward. My heart swells as she begins. And above all, I love you, Sal. So, let me just pull this up. Yeah, so clearly I've, took point on Naomi. It's good to have the workers have this talk. I didn't really do much with the regulars. Until recently, my life's been all about loving games, but games can't love you back. It's a very lonely life to devote yourself to a thing entirely. Through you, my world's opening up. I'm talking to people, trying to connect with them, instead of hiding in my little workshop. I'm feeling more and more alive. If I'd never met you, I don't think I'd ever felt truly complete. And I'd like to think I helped you feel that way too. I'm speechless. They ate all the cake. Seems Al has some thinking to do. That's pretty normal for him when he gets that far away look. Shall we begin the wake for Francine then? There's cake and coffee and spirits from the bar. Please do not speak of spirits during a wake. Cake! As if in slow motion, I watch them all switch their attention from me and redirect it towards the refreshment. They're all smiling, conversing, and serving cake to each other. None for me, thank you. Watching the blood sugar. This cake is amazeballs. Still not doing the whole swearing thing. All we need now is some rockin' tunes to get this party on the next level. All of them, here to support me. Even without the Funplex. Even after everything going wrong. After Francine being taken from us too soon. Not really, actually. That's like... That is a sentiment, but... I believe she knew that time was up for her. And it's weird, for me to say that because I'm not a person who deals with death very often or well. Usually I just do the thing where you just you acknowledge it and then you keep going. And that'll bite me sometime later. We'll see when that happens. Yeah. So after Francine's being taken from us too soon, I never really thought of myself as central in all of this. I was the outsider at first, the one who walked in those doors looking for a job, nothing more. I've always been on the outside, honestly, like I'm being controlled by somebody. Moving from town to town, always the new kid. Never really important to anyone. Not until I'd settled in one place just long enough to get to know Juniper. But by then, I'd come to expect that I'd never be happy. So when I finally was happy, and that got taken away, well, I guess I had assumed that's how things go. Going with the flow. But now... No, I refuse to give up. I pressed yes on continue. Right here, I have everything I've ever wanted, whether I realize it or not. I've got friends, I've got love, I've got a legacy, proven in their words. I even punched a man. Hamza would be pleased. He probably is very pleased. I can't mope and stew in my losses. I can't deny the power of what I've accomplished. And I will not stop fighting for what I need in life. The game is not over. I'll take a huge slice of that cake. Lots of icing. The group looks up when I speak, slightly confused by the declaration, so I walk up and claim my slice. On my own. Sorry, gang. I screwed up and let this drag me down. Won't happen again. We're here to party, right? Let's party. Raise the glass high to all we've done together. Nobody can deny that we're an unstoppable force, with or without a funplex. Who's with me? Smiles all around. And you know what? It feels good to be back. For the next hour or so, my sadness fades away, piece by piece. We share stories, many of which I'd never heard before, about the Funplex and the shenanigans that went on around it. Surprisingly, Ben and Matt spin the most tales about Francine's exploit. They've been neighbors for decades. How old are Ben and Matt? They only look like they're supposed to be 40. I mean, I guess they... Like, are they actually neighbors? Do they live next to her as well as host a building with the store next to the Funplex? That would be interesting. The so-called Wake Intervention gives us all a chance to heal and to bond. For all we've lost, and we still have, we are still together. Despite one little problem, which nobody wants to talk about. The hour grows late, and we only have this place rented for the afternoon. I can feel it in the air, that unspoken worry. Will we see each other again? No doubt we can arrange more get-togethers, but they'd all be reunions over what we lost. Not really building anything new. Nostalgia, not progress. Without the Funplex, without Francine, will we eventually simply fall away? That dark little thought troubles me as I swirl my drink, remaining quiet while others talk.
Beep beep.
Oh, hey, Iris. What's up? It's been 8 days. I'm glad you're feeling better. Yeah, me too. I'm glad to. Hey, does Juniper know her Iris has premium access at this point? Like, that she's not on a free Iris anymore? Is that a thing that would have ever come up? So, do you want me to start finding you a new job? I can search while you're talking with your friends. No problem. I do need to get back to living my life. But what sort of life do I want to live? I already knew that this was the route that I needed to go. I want my dream back. I don't just want a new job. I want my dream, my Funplex. Not just 4 walls and a bunch of games, but a community. When I was a lifeguard, I saved lives and made a safe place for people to go enjoy a pool with friends. I'm not done with that dream. More importantly, I don't have to be done with it. All around me are pioneers of this community, this culture. Technicians, designers, enthusiasts, investors, people with connections. And that's when the idea starts to form. Iris, can you search for commercial spaces? Ones for lease or rent? Huh? Of course, I'm a literal search wizard. Why?
Oh, I know.
Oh, I think I get it. I step away from my quiet corner and approach the group. It's time to take back control over my dream. And that starts here. We're not letting Deco win. I don't like this one, because even though it's the gutsy option, and I very much should. No, this is the gutsy option, and yes. So, is this really the end of the road? Are we gonna sit back and let Deco party in the corpse of the Funplex? The crowd hushes when I grab their attention. I set my drink aside and step up to them. Remembering the good times is great and all, but I'm not done letting the good times roll, and I'm not rolling over in defeat for Deco Nami, or anyone. I see around me the best and brightest minds capable of striking back against the man who's ruined everything. All we need is 4 walls, some games, and our moxie. Ladies and gentlemen, we are opening up an arcade. And I won't take a no for an answer. Are you with me? A hush falls over the crowds before 2 friends step up and join me. I really hope it's Naomi and Juniper. Oh god, it's Hamza! I'm perfectly fine with that too. Such fire! How dare Hamza, despite being he of the iron will, not bend in the face of such overwhelming passion?
Yeah.
Oh god, it's Queen Bee. Interesting. I guess, yeah, they are kind of similar to each other in spirit. Now this is what I'm talking about. The 4 Heavenly Kings will be in your corner, kid. Let's go kick Deco's ass. You got my thanks, both of you. Okay, this is no longer a wake intervention, people. Now, it's a conspiracy.
A Wachter conspiracy.
Thanks, Ashley. It's a Wachter conspiracy. Sure, why not? We settle down around a table, a nice round one, to discuss the future. I'm leading the show, but I don't take the spotlight. Not this time. We have to all work together to make this dream a reality. This is it. The next few decisions are going to be critical in shaping the future I have in my mind's eye. I'll need to choose very, very carefully, because there's no take-backsies. Iris is looking for spaces we can use, but we're going to need money, obviously, and arcades are risky startups. I could always respond to one of the many Nigerian princes emailing me amazing offers, but I think more traditional funding is safer. The way I see it, there's 4 people here who could foot the bill to get us off the ground. Hamza, you've got a tangled web of connections in the industry, access to games, and plenty of cash, and a freewheeling whimsy to spend it.
Hamza must consider this.
Hamza is a man of resources indeed. Percy, you've been building a charity war chest for when you pass. I know an arcade isn't a sound investment and it's hardly a charity, but you promised Mr. Mupi would always have a home. If I can't restore that home, if I can help restore that home, I'm game, love. Ben and Matt, you 2 know how to run a small business. You've got invaluable knowledge and resources we could draw from. If you're willing to dip a toe in this industry, we have been looking for new horizons to conquer, new lands to explore.
There would be caveats,
Terms,
conditions,
exemptions,
rules,
guidelines,
best practices.
worst practices.
That's not a thing.
Oh.
I like these 2.
Hamza would likewise have conditions.
Of course.
As would I.
Yes, absolutely. Understandable, of course. Let me hear your thoughts, then I'll decide. Oh, that is, I'm sorry. I just heard a very big thumping noise and Decision 1, funding and direction. In order for me to back your play, Hamza would require you to strike at the very heart of Deco Nami's empire. I did just punch the man. And open a family restaurant alongside your arcade. Take from him the very business he adores so much. I could see that. We don't know the first thing about running a restaurant. These 2 do. Thankfully, your business partner does. I own several restaurants. I would provide staffing and resources.
No risk, no reward.
Now, this is a risky play, but if it succeeds, the rewards shall be tremendous. Actually, that's similar to what Matt and I had in mind. Oh yes, rather than a restaurant, well, we'd like to open a barcade. I've always wanted to run a bar. I'd raise a glass to that idea. After all, sometimes you just want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. Now, it wouldn't be nearly as large scale as a family restaurant. Much safer. Not quite as profitable. Still quite tidy. Honestly, I'd prefer if you simply just ran a video arcade and nothing more. Adding on extras seems like a recipe for failure. We know how to operate simple small-scale arcades, so why not stick with our strengths? I'll grant it has a lower ceiling for success than the others. It's just an arcade, and it won't pull in anybody looking for more. Low risk, low reward. But I'd say that would be my concern. We need to stick to the basics. Sorry, my condition. So, take the big gamble on a family restaurant, make a cozy little barcade, or go with classic video arcade. Oh, this is tough. As much as... Ooh. So now that I've heard these, I will again save. Because I believe the decision is going to affect the entire direction of the new venture. What do I want? What's my dream? So, yes, Hamza's real risk is definitely the gutsy move. It really is. God, I feel like either way, I could still get Hamza's help, even if I chose somebody else, because, you know, Hamza knows that we are who we are. He's probably still going to be up with us. Sadly, I don't think I'm going to choose Percy. I know Percy's still going to stick around. That's the kind of person he is. What to choose? What to choose? I think I have to go. God. This is like choosing a... I am stuck between a rock and a hard place on this one. I have already removed Percy from this this choice. Sure, a video arcade is fine, but having a barcade does kind of put us closer into what Hamza wants, leaving us probably a little bit of negotiation room with Hamza. And we could still kind of get there. And it would deal with Ben and Matt more, and I do like them as characters. They are very, very friendly people. But Hamza is Hamza. And, well, again, we don't know when Percy's done, but... choices. And this is a vital one, because this is going to affect the rest of the game. Not like previously, where I told Deco Nami off, and it's definitely not affected the rest of the game. The problem with this is, it's just not, like, the best feeling of opening a restaurant. Like, in the past, pizza places would have an arcade, like a little arcade room. That's a restaurant that has an arcade in it. We'd be an arcade that has a restaurant in it. And unfortunately, I'm not sure how best we can work that. Because what we want to do is be an arcade. Man, it is a tough decision. And, honestly, had I or more people, I could do a poll, but there's literally 2 people watching. Thank you for watching as well. Honestly, thank you for watching. God, what do I choose? You know what? I've gotten this far, making rash decisions. Let's hit him where it hurts. Hamza, I think we can do business. We'll make a combination arcade and family restaurant. Such is the iron will of Hamza! You will not regret this. A bit disappointing, but we'd still be happy to lend a hand where we can. Absolutely. Having Mr. Moopy available for families to enjoy would be nice, actually. Okay, the second thing we need to talk about is what sort of games we want to focus on. The Funplex did a little bit of everything, and we will too. We want to include all gamers. But we can also highlight one style of play or another. Really provide best-in-class gaming for a specific audience. Any thoughts?
Sweet.
Retro games. It's gotta be about retro games. You know I'm capable of keeping those older games in tip-top shape. If we focused on retro games, we could serve an audience that Deco completely ignores.
As would I.
I would agree with Miss Fairchild. Retro games are an untapped market. Granted, it wouldn't pull in as much profit, but we know gamers are seeking them. If we were also running a diner type area, so because I chose the restaurant, we will definitely get families with small children. The question is it worth it? We don't have to make all the money, just enough to keep our pure and untainted dream afloat. And we can do that with well-curated retro game library. However...
Nope, no way.
Retro's cool and all, but let's talk esports games. They'll draw money better than jamming a magnet up your ass and dragging you through Fort Knox. Because gold isn't magnetic. I don't know why people seem to think that would work. Get a couple good fighters, more than one fist of discomfort, some race and dance games, the kind of stuff where folks can compete head to head. We're golden. I have to agree with Queen Bee. You can play retro games on emulators and consoles, but you can't duplicate the community experience of an arcade at home. If we had an esports focus, we could build something together which works as a second home for all sorts of gamers. I think you know what I'm going to suggest. Redemption and prize games. They provide excellent profits. It's the core of Deco's business model, yes. But I think if we focus on those games, we can do them right. No predatory pricing, no scams or ripoffs. And the truth is, most people enjoy them. From kids wanting to win the big prize, to the wistful adults recapturing their childhood dreams of playing skee-ball on the boardwalk.
Yes!
And they're simple to play and, most of all, fun. If they're done right, we can make meaningful memories for everyone. And prizes. Did I mention the prizes? We can stock the shelves with the coolest prizes around. Better than Deco's prizes, which fall apart 2 minutes after you get them. Which matches my ideal arcade more? We'll have all three, sure. But do we emphasize retro games, esports, or prize games? Oh boy. So, if I do the prizes, we are effectively building Deco's Palace 2 Electric Boogaloo, and we're really gonna try to beat it out of them. The esports teams, but is retro the way to go? Because we're already building a restaurant, so if we're gonna have a restaurant with retro style games, that's about that doesn't feel too bad. A restaurant with esports games focused, I mean, clearly we will have all three, but if we have esports with a restaurant, that would be more of a barcade. If we went barcade, we could have absolutely gone esports. And if we went classic video games, this video arcade, we could choose something else, but oh, what to choose here? Again, these choices make great. These are great decision points because it's not just like, oh, I've got these people to talk to or these people to talk to. Like, it doesn't matter who I've raised my relationship up to this point because Hamza and Ben and Matt don't have a relationship talking heads with me. We just have good relations. But I had to go with Hamza on that one. It's the gutsy move. This one's a bit more difficult. So family restaurant. I bet we could do a focus on esports at a family restaurant. Because that way we can get a lot of teams in to do a lot of big events and sell a lot of food. That might be the better way to do it. Arcades are all about healthy communities. If we can build an esports scene around the new arcade, we'll have regulars and healthy competition. I'm game for that. 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay. So, arcades are all about healthy communities. If we can build an esports scene around that arcade, we'll have regulars and healthy competition. I'm game for that. Hot damn. Now this is a plan. A choice, kid. Oh, so this was to get points with both of them, I guess. My body is ready for this next dance. Okay, so that's money in games. Now let's go beyond what we already had at the Funplex. Let's really make this something special. New projects. I want a defining feature for our arcade. One which will make it stand out. Something nobody else is doing. Something nobody's even thought of before. All ideas on the table. If it was too outlandish for the Funplex, it's not too outlandish for me. Show me what you got. Well, I mean, I'm not really part of this, but come on. You're my best friend and 100% part of this. I couldn't be here in this moment if it wasn't for you. Go on, Juniper. What's your idea? Branding. I'm freelancing now, which means I can come on board as your personal brand manager. One heck of a consulting gig. An arcade needs really stellar image management to stand out like from the rest. Like the event poster I made for you.
What if?
Oh, hey Juniper. I can add to that. What if we work together? I was thinking of designing a new mascot costume anyway. But I could collaborate and coordinate with you on how it'll tie the visuals for the rest of the arcade.
Yes.
I mean, that's already, like, it feels like I didn't have to make this choice. Yeah, it's a winning combination. Ashley and I can do great work together, coming up with some really stellar branding and marketing. We'll stand out in a crowd. Hell, I know what sort of project I'd want us to do. Streamer support. Assembling and packing away my streaming rig each day is ridiculous. And duct taping a webcam in front of a screen is a lousy hack. If I could just step right up to a game and, I don't know, swipe a card or something to be streaming with a direct feed in seconds. Well, I can think of a dozen streamers who just flock to our place to get a piece of that.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I know how we could do that. And since I did make this set up for esports, that might be a good choice either way. I could rig up a general purpose daughter board which plays a man in the middle to the video feed. Works with an RFID reader to get the streamer's info, ties it to a central video encoder with the Wi-Fi network. Yeah, I could make that happen. And without damaging any classic hardware. Once more in English, please. I know software, not hardware. We stick a thingy in the thingy and everything works just fine. I'm sure there's some legal and copyright issues to tackle, but if we can do it, let's be the world's first streaming arcade. I was thinking, well, if the reason why older games are considered dead end is that they don't work in the ticket game ecosystem,
Lovely.
why not add ticket output to normal games? Well, technically I'm not doing that one, so we could reward skilled players with prize tickets based on their high score or speed of completion. With the right balancing, we could make old games just as desirable as new ones.
Perhaps.
As Naomi said, it might be legal hurdles to clear, but I'm in favor of this idea. I think I'm gonna go with the streamer one. The streamer setup does seem like the better choice. It's not that I love prize games, I find them boring, personally. You know how I favor pinball, but profit is the lifeblood of an arcade. And prize games are profitable. If we can get Moopy producing tickets, well, that's something nobody's ever done before. It's a lie. Interesting. But as much as I'd love to do all three, I doubt we have the money and time for that. Let's focus on one project to launch our arcade with. So do we go with really good branding, streamer support, or retrofit tickets on old games? I believe this is probably still the better bet. We've gone with the big esports crowd. Is there any issues with what we're building here? Because it's either the streaming arcade or do branding. But doing branding doesn't look like it doesn't feel like it would just be one of those. That could happen anytime. Yeah, no, this is probably the correct move. Yeah. Let's make arcade streaming soar. I want to be on the cutting edge of technology and the arcade community. Do whatever you have to do to integrate 20xdx broadcast systems into our game. Finally, no more hauling around a bunch of duct tape and webcams. I don't like that she's making fun of my setup. A new tech project? I'm not just repairing an old monitor? Yeah! I won't regret this. Sorry, you won't regret this, Zal. One more thing. The name. This is gonna be my baby, at Dream Arcade. I've got a name already in mind for it. So, barring any objections, I'd like to welcome you all to, of course, you're gonna give me a different. Well, I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's do this. It's the name of the game. Arcade Spirits. I don't actually have a name for anything worked out, even in the deep annals of my mind. 1 second. Alright, back again. Yeah, I don't have a name created for this, so yeah, that works. Arcade Spirits. Drop the name of the game. I like it. We can work with that. Our home lives again. How exciting. Yeah! A toast, then? One by one, everyone raises their glasses. I fetch my now room temperature drink and raise mine high in return. Oh, 1 or 3 is probably the best one to choose here. I know that together, we can accomplish anything. For Arcade Spirits and the future. For Arcade Spirits. Losing everything, then getting it all back. And then some. It's been a roller coaster of a week, to be sure. But I can rest now. Well, but I can't rest now. Absolutely not. I need to take charge of this project. And my life in general. I have to do it for them. I have to do for them what Francine did for us. That's okay. I'm ready. I'm willing. This is our time. Ah, and level 6. You've now cleared level 6. A winner is you. Let's see your score. Looks like your personality is full of guts. Strong guts. Also, you've scored 20,150 points. Woohoo! Shops in the volcano-devastated city of Pompeii bear the characteristics of a pizzeria. That's a neat, if a bit depressing, pizza fact. Just for you. Do you want to save your game before proceeding to level 7? Yes, it is clearly time to save, and I'm going to leave that decision point there. And with that, that actually will be it for today. So we're gonna go back to here. We're gonna hit play on this, and we're gonna hit quit on that. So yeah, that's it. That's it for today. That's gonna be it for the week as well. I should be back on Monday unless, of course, work just destroys me on Saturday, and I do not get a chance to recover on Sunday. But I should be fine. Like, I was here today. We managed to get today going. I was contemplating not doing today, but doing this and having a thing to be held accountable for is definitely important. So, God, I guess all I can say is thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for sticking around. That was definitely an interesting day for the game. I clearly read the situation with Francine there, like 100%. You don't just put those flags into play without having them come into play. All right. Yeah. So, thank you for showing up. Thank you for hanging out. We will be back Monday unless something goes wrong with Hearthstone. So, until then, be sure to check out the YouTube re-uploads if you've missed any of these streams in the past. I've been going for almost 2 months, so it's possible you might have. In the meantime, be good to yourself, be good to other people. Take care. See you on Monday. Goodbye.